Welcome to Law Faculty of Diponegoro University. We have two campus sites to study with 4 buildings at Tembalang and 3 buildings at Peleburan.
Jadi menurut saya Semarang tuh kota yang sangat cocok dijadikan tempat untuk belajar mahasiswa karena nggak terlalu banyak distraction di kota Semarang.
Selain itu, dalam segi pembelajaran pun, para dosen-dosen juga men-trigger kami untuk bisa menjadi long life learner dan juga fast learner.
Dosen yang benar-benar saya suka dalam memberikan pelajaran karena mereka langsung memberikan kita kayak study case.
The learning process were supported by competent lecturers.
Kita tidak bisa mikir mahasiswa itu dalam arti orang yang sama sekali tidak punya pengetahuan apa-apa. Justru dari mereka itu pengetahuan itu harus digali dan itu harus didiskusikan. Dan saya coba praktekkan sekarang dan terutama untuk kelas-kelas saya atau bimbingan-bimbingan saya dan ternyata itu berhasil.
Banyak di leading kasus yang diberikan ke mahasiswa itu aja. Ya banyak, sehingga mahasiswa jadi terbiasa berpikir gitu.
Di dalam Fakultas Hukum Universitas Diponegoro, dosen itu memang harus sangat komplit kriterianya. Antaranya adalah benar-benar mengaktualisasi apa yang namanya tridharma perguruan tinggi, di mana dosen itu tidak melakukan pengajaran saja di dalam kelas, tetapi dosen juga memang harus melakukan penelitian, sekaligus juga melakukan pengabdian kepada masyarakat.
Books, journal, and all high-quality materials of legal studies can be accessed at our library. Diponegoro University maintains a valuable partnership with high-quality international universities across the globe. Furthermore, studium general from partner universities were conducted to motivate, transfer knowledge, and building critical learning environment for the student to have opportunities and brighter future accordingly.
Kalau aku sih yang program yang paling aku tunggu di FH Undip, apalagi di IUP itu student exchange-nya, pertukaran pelajarnya yang akan dilaksanakan semester 4. Jadi kita akan melaksanakan student exchange itu selama 6 bulan atau 1 semester di antara Belanda, Australia atau Malaysia.
I really like the Faculty of Law at Undip. I'm impressed with the size. You've got so many staff, so many students, so it allows you to do many more things. With a big faculty like this, you have many more specializations. So I think that's a great benefit for your students.
I'm very surprised. The facility is very good. I think this faculty developed very fast and in a very conducive manner, because I think the new building and also the present building can cater the high number of students every intake. And I think Diponegoro can excel in future with this kind of facility.
Our standard of education is always at the highest level.
Fakultas Hukum Undip selalu meraih akreditasi A. Itu semua bisa diraih karena kerjasama tim, dukungan dari para pimpinan institusi, khususnya di fakultas, mulai dari dekan, para wadek, para kasubag, KTU, kasubag, kemudian para dosen, tendik dan mahasiswa.
Undip sendiri sangat mensupport berbagai macam platform sampai menyediakan single sign-on system gitu. Jadi kami setiap dosen di sini gitu diberikan fasilitas berupa alamat email yang masing-masing diberikan namanya masing-masing, sehingga setiap mahasiswa yang akan berkomunikasi tidak harus berkomunikasi secara tatap muka. Bisa juga mahasiswa tersebut melakukan komunikasi secara online gitu.
Sebagai cara kita mendukungnya itu adalah kita mempersiapkan baik secara akademis, mutu mahasiswa, mutu dosen, juga secara non-akademis, yaitu mempersiapkan sarana-prasarana atau fasilitas yang digunakan untuk mendukung kegiatan akademis. Misalnya kita punya ruang kuliah yang berstandar internasional, insya Allah Kemudian kita juga punya berbagai fasilitas lain seperti hall untuk kegiatan mahasiswa, untuk kemudian mengadakan seminar-seminar nasional maupun internasional. Kita juga punya lab yang digunakan untuk khususnya mata kuliah kemahiran litigasi dan juga untuk latihan untuk menghadapi berbagai kompetisi peradilan semu. Kemudian kita juga punya berbagai meeting point yang tersebar di seantero FH yang biasanya digunakan mahasiswa untuk berkumpul kalau mereka ingin berdiskusi atau mungkin untuk mempersiapkan mereka dalam menghadapi lomba-lomba baik sifatnya internasional maupun nasional ya.
Diponegoro University is the right place to study law, with various major of law studies to be chosen, from bachelor degree to doctoral degree. And lecture is not the only college life. Students have various choices to express themselves and also improve non-academic ability.
UKMF itu hadir sebagai tempat mahasiswa untuk mengaktualisasikan dirinya, untuk mencari hal-hal yang mungkin saja tidak didapatkan di kelas. Selama aku di SDG, aku sudah berkompetisi di 2 kompetisi. Yang pertama itu di tahun 2018 saya mengikuti kompetisi 30 second kantor Praha, itu di Praha Ceko. Itu di situ dapat prestasinya cukup membanggakan, itu 3 gold medal sama 2 special award.
Kalau aku di Theodores Prague di Departemen MCD sudah ikut lomba peradilan semu internasional 2 kali, satunya Asia Cup dan satunya lagi lomba JESAP. Kalau untuk saya juga sudah pernah ikut 2 kali lomba nasional moot court competition. Yang pertama itu Piala TRD 5 di Universitas Udayana dan NMCC Pringgo Dikdo yang ke-7 di Surabaya. Selain lomba juga pernah menjadi panitia Sudarto tahun kemarin.
Organisasi itu sendiri merupakan organisasi yang membangun kemampuan mahasiswa di bidang keilmuan hukum dan juga pengembangan diri, yang banyak acara-acaranya ada acara nasional dan juga acara internasional yang kita member ALSA-LC Undip bisa ikut dan bisa bergabung dan juga bertemu dengan teman-teman kita di perguruan tinggi negeri lainnya.
Law faculty of Undip has graduated a lot of high-quality students.
Sarjana Hukum Fakultas Hukum Undip dikenal sebagai sosok pekerja keras yang tahan banting, menjunjung tinggi nilai-nilai integritas, dan menghormati keberagaman. Mahasiswa Fakultas Hukum Undip, Indonesia menanti baktimu, belajar tidak hanya dari ruang kelas, tetapi juga dari masyarakat sekitar, dari teman-teman yang datang dari segala penjuru tanah air.
Saya berharap para alumni ini akan menjadikan nilai-nilai itu sebagai lentera hidup mereka di dalam mereka mengarungi bahtera kehidupan. Lalu kemudian kalau soal melting pot tadi, ketika kita berbaur secara harmoni dengan budaya-budaya yang lain di seluruh Nusantara itu juga akan menjadi semacam referensi untuk mereka bisa memahami bagaimana kehidupan ini sungguh beragam.
Kita mempunyai kekayaan namanya budaya akademis, kultur akademis, bukan pembenaran. Kita tidak mau pembenaran. Pembenaran itu partai politik. Kita bukan politik partai, tapi kita lembaga ilmiah.
Diponegoro University support linear postgraduate degree in law studies such as Master of Legal Studies.
Kurikulum yang ada di MH itu terbagi menjadi 4 konsentrasi sebetulnya. Ada pembaruan hukum pidana, hukum ekonomi dan bisnis, kemudian hukum kenegaraan dan hukum internasional. Di mana masing-masing konsentrasi itu sudah mempunyai dosen yang sesuai kepakarannya.
Makanya kami mengambil inisiatif untuk memberikan pelatihan pada mahasiswa supaya mereka punya bekal bagaimana cara menulis di berbagai jurnal, syukur-syukur bisa tembus di jurnal internasional dan di Scopus.
Undip ini memang dikenal juga punya program-program yang sangat baik dalam menunjang perkuliahan di mahasiswa-mahasiswanya. Seperti kita ketahui ada program namanya workshop penulisan jurnal seperti itu. ada juga rumah jurnal. Nah, ini rumah jurnal ini yang sangat bagus dalam mengasistensi mahasiswa ketika memiliki kesulitan atau memiliki problem terkait dengan penulisan jurnal.
Furthermore, Master of Notarial Law also a valuable degree to be chosen at Diponegoro University.
Kita dukung penuh untuk ke arah pendidikan yang lebih praktikal dengan adanya laboratorium akta dan laboratorium mengenai operasional kantor notaris PPAT. Dan itu kerjasama dengan alumni yang kebetulan juga merupakan bagian dari pengurus wilayah Ikatan Notaris dan PPAT di wilayah Jawa Tengah. Nah, di laboratorium itu diajarkan mengenai bagaimana operasional kantor notaris PPAT dari awal sampai akhir, termasuk di dalamnya adalah dokumen-dokumen yang harus ada di kantor notaris PPAT itu, dan itu diajarkan oleh 3 orang notaris PPAT yang sudah berpengalaman.
Doctoral programs of legal studies at Diponegoro University is one of the best in Indonesia.
Jadi kita membuka 2 jalur, yang pertama tadi melalui sistem perkuliahan, yang kedua adalah dengan riset, dan bahkan sekarang riset secara murni tanpa ada kuliah.
Fakultas Hukum Undip ini adalah salah satu fakultas hukum yang terkemuka di Indonesia. Kiprahnya di tingkat nasional itu ditandai oleh banyaknya pemikir-pemikir yang berkontribusi di dalam berhukum.
Di sidang ujian ya, doktor itu mahasiswa diuji ya selama kurang lebih 2 jam untuk mempresentasikan isi dari disertasinya dan juga untuk mempertahankan ya dari katakanlah serbuan pertanyaan-pertanyaan dari para penguji.
Fakultas Hukum kita ini ya walaupun diganti beberapa generasi, saya kira arahnya sudah jelas bahwa kita ingin menciptakan SDM hukum untuk dapat menegakkan nilai-nilai hukum di dalamnya.
Sinergi antara Universitas dan Fakultas Hukum Universitas Diponegoro sudah berjalan dengan kuat, tetapi dengan kemandirian yang ada, Fakultas Hukum Universitas Diponegoro tidak hanya menapakkan sayapnya di tingkat nasional, tetapi di tingkat global. Apalagi sekarang sudah dibuka adanya International Undergraduate Program yang merupakan langkah-langkah awal dan langkah-langkah yang lebih maju dalam menuju kualitas global dari Fakultas Hukum Universitas Diponegoro.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saat ini Fakultas Hukum semakin luar biasa. Ini terlihat dari prestasi mahasiswa dan sarana prasarana yang ada. Kami senantiasa memberikan pelayanan yang terbaik untuk seluruh mahasiswa, baik S1, S2 maupun S3. Kami juga berusaha memberikan fasilitas kepada seluruh dosen dan tenaga kependidikan untuk mengembangkan kompetensinya. Ini semua dalam rangka untuk mewujudkan Fakultas Hukum mencetak kader bangsa yang semakin berkualitas dan berintegritas menuju world class university. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the opening ceremony of the 3rd International Conference on Law, Economic and Governance of 2023, with the theme, Progressive Law in the Midst of Climate Change. My name is Efrema, and it is my pleasure to be the host for this year's ICOLEG. First and foremost, I would like to greet the Honorable Rector of Universitas Diponegoro, Professor Dr. Yos Johan Utama, SH M.Hum, the Honorable Dean of Faculty of Law, Universitas Diponegoro, Professor Dr. Retno Saraswati, SH M.Hum, the distinguished speakers, the Honorable Professor Dr. F.X. Aji Samakto, SH M.Hum, the Honorable Associate Professor Dr. Salawati Matbasir, LLB LLM, the Honorable Professor M.R. Adri Gunawan Wibisana, SH LLM PhD, the Honorable Dr. Konstantinos Yalorides, the Honorable Professor Dr. Petra Minerop, LLB LLM, the Honorable Dahliana Hassan, SH MTex PhD, the Honorable Imam Prihandono, SH MH LLM PhD. The Honorable Manager, Supervisors, Lecturers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone joining us today. It is a pleasure and honor to see you all in this blessed morning. A very warm welcome we bid to our honored guests from all around the world and backgrounds. We would like to express our heartfelt gratitude for your presence at this memorable occasion. It is indeed a pleasure to have you all today. And I would also like to thank God for the abundant blessings and His grace given to us today, so that this morning we could gather here in this prestigious international conference. Before we begin, we shall sing Indonesia Raya. To all participants, please rise for the national anthem. All participants may have a seat. And now, we have a welcoming speech from the chairperson of the 3rd ICOLEG, Dr. Muhammad Afif Mahmud SH MH. To Dr. Afif, the time and place is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And good morning, everybody. Honorable the Dean of Faculty of Law, Universitas Diponegoro, Professor Dr. Retno Saraswati, SHM. My Excellency, Vice Dean of Faculty of Law, Diponegoro University. My Excellency, all of honorable speakers in this international conference, Professor Dr. FX Aji Samekto, Professor MR Andri Gewibisana, Dr. Konstantinos Yolarides, Associate Professor Dr. Salawati Matbasir, all of the presenters and all participants. First of all, I'd like to express my biggest gratitude to our God Almighty, because on His guidance, blessing, and mercies, so that we can join here together in the 3rd International Conference on Law, Economic, and Governance. The topic of our international conference today is Progressive Law at the Midst of Climate Change. Progressive law aims at giving happiness and kindness for all entities through the ecology approach, which is based on the interdisciplinary, contextuality, and also holisms. All of the presenters, 39 presenters in this international conference that will present their paper, actually has already passed all of the review process. There are several review process that we have already done. The first is initial review process, substance review process, and the last one is Turnitin assessment. So all of the people who will present the paper are selected papers. This international conference is a very prestigious event organized by Faculty of Law, Diponegoro University, biennially. So this is actually organized every 2 years, and this becomes a very good momentum to exchange the idea, information, sharing the knowledge about particular issue, and especially this year is environmental law issues. And then, at the end of this speech, I'd like to express my biggest gratitude for all of the peoples who have participated inside of this international conference. Firstly, I'd like to express my biggest gratitude for Diponegoro University, Faculty of Law, for all of the contributions, all of the assistance which have already given to us. The second one, we want to express our biggest gratitude for all honorable speakers, Prof. Aji, Dr. Konstantinos Yolarides, Professor MR Andri Gunawan Wibisana, Associate Professor Dr. Salawati Matbasir, Professor Petra Minerop, Dahliana Hasan, and Iman Prihandono. Your insight and sharing of information is immensely meaningful for all of us today. And then I also would like to express my gratitude for Dr. Anang, who actually have given us assistance so that we can pass IOP publishing assessments. So this is, those articles will be published in international index proceedings inside of this conference. And this is based on consultations with Mr. Anang, one of our consultants. And then I also would like to express my gratitude for all of the reviewers, Prof. Joko, Juan Diaz Granados, and then Lorenzo Penesi, and some of the people over here, Dr. Aditya Sulistiawan, Prof. Ani Purwanti, Prof. Joko Sutiono, and also Associate Professor Dr. Salawati Matbasir, who have given our reviewer. And then, the last but not least, I'd like to express my biggest gratitude for all of the committees who have worked hard to organize this conference. At the end of the speech, I would like to ask for your apology for all of the inconvenience, all of the mistakes that may happen throughout this conference. I think that's all I want to deliver in this remarks. Thank you very much for your full attention. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Diponegoro, Profesor Dr. Yos Johan Utama, SHM. The Honorable Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs of Universitas Diponegoro, Profesor Faisal SAMSI PhD. The Honorable Head of World Class University of Universitas Diponegoro, Profesor Dr. Denny Sugianto STMT. The Honorable Speakers, Profesor Dr. Petra Minerop LLB LLM, Durham University, United Kingdom. Profesor Dr. F.X. Aji Samakto SHM Universitas Diponegoro. Profesor M.R. Andri Gunawan Wibisono SHLLM PhD, Universitas Indonesia. Associate Profesor Dr. Salawati Mat Basir LLB LLM, The National University of Malaysia. Dr. Dahliana Hasan SHMTech, Universitas Gajah Mada, Indonesia. Imam Brihandono SHMH LLM PhD, Universitas Erlangga, Indonesia. Dr. Konstantinus Euleridis LLB LLM Macquarie University, Australia. And all of the participants, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to all of you at this third International Conference on Law, Economic and Governance, ICOLEG 2023, hosted by Faculty of Law, Universitas Diponegoro, with the main theme, Progressive Law in the Midst of Climate Justice. I am so grateful to have you all here today at this international conference, attending and gathering for this day-long event. Ladies and gentlemen, this marks the third year of ICOLEG since it has been successful inception in 2017 and the second conference held in 2021 in Semarang. ICOLEG 2023 brings a fresh perspective that set it apart from its predecessors. As we all know, we have overcome challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic, and now we face new issues that have recently emerged. After effectively managing the number of COVID-19 cases in Indonesia, we can now safely hold this international conference in person. Ladies and gentlemen, in this opportunity, please allow me to express my sincere gratitude and immense appreciation to Universitas Diponegoro, the honorable speakers, the moderators, the participants, and also many people who are involved that I could not mention one by one. And I would not forget to specially acknowledge the commitment and dedication of the entire organizing committee and all crew working tirelessly to realize this international conference. We have much appreciated your cooperation. We realized this international conference would not be conducted without the contribution for all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, to become an excellent and a world-class university, the Faculty of Law Universitas Diponegoro has worked extremely hard to respond to the challenges of modern world change. The theme of this conference is a side of our awareness in addressing emerging environmental challenges, limiting negative impact on the environment, and ensuring protection of people rights regarding access to natural resources and healthy environment. We hope that this international conference will give an academic contribution in order to provide the list of solutions regarding the social problem that happen in this society days. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you would find this international conference beneficial and hope you would have a pleasant time with us for the next 2 days. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Prof. Retno, for the opening remarks. And now, let us witness the opening of ICOLEG 2023, along with Dr. Muhammad Afif Mahmud SH MH, to accompany the Dean in sounding the gong, marking the opening of ICOLEG 2023. Thank you very much, Prof. Retno. And now I would like to invite the Dean once again and Dr. Afif to please come forward. And I would also like to call upon all the speakers for today to come forward for the Dean to give the certificate and token of appreciation. To Prof. Retno and Dr. Afif, the time and place is yours. And for the photo session, I would like to call upon the Vice Dean, Dr. Trilaksmi, to please come forward for the photo session. And as well as Pak Solechan. Thank you very much, Prof. Retno and Dr. Afif and all these speakers. And ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of the opening of ICOLEG 2023. We are going to have a short 5-minute break before the plenary session. So have a short break and we will begin very shortly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first plenary session of ICOLEG 2023. If I may direct your attention to the screen, we have the first speakers for the plenary session today. Today's discussion would be moderated by Dr. Adia Paramita Prabandari, Essa MLE MH. Dr. Adia Paramita Prabandari, Essa MLE MH, is an expert in international law, especially in air and space law, as well as utilization of air and space resources and law and human rights. Dr. Adia Paramita Essa MLE MH attained her bachelor degree on law from Universitas Diponegoro and University of Wisconsin, finished her master's degree in Universitas Diponegoro, and her doctorate in Universitas 11 Maret. To Dr. Adia Paramita Prabandari Essa MLE MH, the time and place is yours.
Thank you, host. Good morning. His Excellency, Director of Universitas Diponegoro, or the representatives, Her Excellency, the Dean of the Faculty of Law, Universitas Diponegoro, respectable Vice Deans of the Faculty of Law, Universitas Diponegoro, the honorable keynote speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, I would like to welcome you all at the first plenary session at the first day of the third International Conference on Law, Economic and Governance, ICOLEG 2023, held by the Faculty of Law, Universitas Diponegoro. My name is Adia Paramita, and it's an honor for me to be your moderator for this morning session. In this plenary session, we will have outstanding speeches from three distinguished speakers whom I believe shall enrich our insights and knowledge regarding the theme of this conference, Progressive Law in the Midst of Climate Change. Now, allow me to invite all the keynote speakers to join me on the stage. The first keynote speaker is Professor Dr. F.X. Aji Samakto SHM from the Faculty of Law, Universitas Diponegoro. Please come to the stage, Prof. Good morning, Prof. Haji. Thank you for joining us today here. Okay, and the second speaker is Associate Professor Dr. Salawati Mat Basir, LLB LLM from the Faculty of Law, University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Please come to the stage. Okay, and last but not least, our third speaker is Professor M.R. Andri Gunawan Wibisono, SH LLM PhD from the Faculty of Law, Universitas Indonesia. Please come to the stage, Prof. Okay, very well. We have our three keynote speakers here on the stage. But before starting the speech, we will first watch the brief curriculum vitae of the speakers in these following videos. Very well, ladies and gentlemen. Please give big applause for our three keynote speakers. Okay, now to the honorable keynote speakers. Due to the limit of time, each speaker would have approximately 30 minutes maximum for delivering the speech, and then followed by the discussion session after the three speeches done. Our first speaker, Prof. Aji Samakto, will deliver a speech entitled "The Role of Progressive Law to Realize Environmental Justice." Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Prof. Aji Samakto.
Yeah, thank you for giving the opportunities, Ibu Moderator, and good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. For all participants and keynote speakers, the Prof. Andri Gunawan and Dr. Salaswati. Yeah, and I would like to present the substance that the title be "The Role of Progressive Law to Realize Environmental Justice." If we discuss about the role of progressive law in realizing environmental justice, so we have two variables on this title. The first is environmental justice, and the second is progressive law. Relating to environmental justice, yeah, environmental justice could be considered as the justice that must be realized in the environment. And about the progressive law, the progressive law is a teachings. Is a teachings from Professor Satipto Raharjo. We know that he is a sociology of law proponent, and the progressive law saying that laws are made for the benefit for human civilization, including protect the environment. It is because from a progressive law point of view, human are part of a universe that is not separated from the ecosystem in which they live. So, if we discuss about the progressive law, progressive law, it is something teachings that relates the way of thinking in lawmaking as well as in the law enforcement. Relating to environmental justice, environmental justice is a matter of human relation with environment. And if we talk environmental justice, there have been three schools of thought about the relation human and environment. The first is eco-populism, the second is eco-fascism, and the third is eco-developmentalism. Let's see about the eco-populism. Eco-populism is the school of thought about the relation human-environment that say environment and natural resources are devoted for humans. And controversy, ecofascism school of thought saying that the existence of human are devoted for environment. And the third is eco-developmentalism, school of thought. Eco-development school of thought saying that human and environment have values and dignity, and therefore they depend on each other for survival of the life. The question is, what the school of thought sustainable development is created? If we see about the school of thought, so therefore we can say that sustainable development is in eco-developmentalism school of thought. Therefore, if environmental justice have to be connected with the teachings of progressive law, then every public decision making, including the making of environmental, including in the environmental regulation, the existence or other regulation, any regulation, the existence of environmental must be considered or take into the consideration. Yeah, this is some substance about the progressive law. And then I would like to present the substance, with the title Climate Change, COVID and Conflict, Challenges in Realizing Sustainable Development Goals. Yeah. Climate change, climate change, COVID and conflict. So, in order to discuss about that, I would like to begin with the sustainable development. As we know that sustainable development is formally defined as a development that meets the need of present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. And about sustainable development, we know that sustainable development sustainable development. If we talk about sustainable development, there is three aspects on sustainable development. The first is economic, the second is society, and the third is environment. And from economic perspective, sustainable development must be able to create economic growth and create employment opportunities based on technology and innovation to create wealth creation in a way that do not damage the environment. And from society perspective, sustainable development must be able to create prosperity, equal opportunities, and prosperity, equal opportunities to gain social welfare, but in the way that does not damage the environment. And from the environmental perspective, sustainable development must be able to, must be carried out based on good environmental governance under the principles of zero waste and clean energy production process. And about the sustainable development, we know that sustainable development is integrated in legally binding and non-legally binding document as adopted in several conferences in the United Nations, such as in Rio Summit in 1992, on United Nations Millennium Summit in 2000, and in the Rio Summit or Rio Plus 20, and in September 2015 United Nations Conference adopt Sustainable Development Goals. Yeah. This is the icon of Sustainable Development Goals created by United Nations. And we know that Sustainable Development Goals are collection of 17 interlinked objectives, with the main goals. The main goals is to end poverty, to ensure prosperity, and to protect the planet. And we know that Sustainable Development Goals adopted by United Nations states member in October 2015, and Sustainable Development Goals could be considered as the continuation of MDGs. However, the international community was faced with the three humanitarian issues when it entering on 2019. There are three humanitarian issues at the global level that become the obstacle in the achieving of Sustainable Development Goals. Namely, the first is climate change, the second is COVID-19, and the third is conflict, especially conflict between Russia and Ukraine. So I will talk about it sequentially from climate change, and then COVID-19 and conflict between Russia and Ukraine. Relating to climate change, Goals 13 stipulated that to take urgent action to combat climate change and its impact by regulating emission and promoting the development of renewable energy. However, in fact, the effects of climate change are increasingly being seen in all regions of the world, with several heat waves, floods, forest fires, and tropical cyclones. And scientific analysis from Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which published on 2021, concluded that there had been a clear relationship between increasing concentration of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere and increasing the frequency of extreme weather intensity. And we know that efforts to combat climate change are constrained by the use of fossil fuels are still dominant in the production process. In fact, the scarcity of fossil fuels causes countries or groups of countries to try to dominate other countries through conflict and intervention in other countries. Relating to combat to climate change, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC, has adopted at the Rio Conference. However, we know that UNFCCC is not fully formed and detailed regulatory regime, but rather a framework convention to establish for reaching further agreement to deal with the climate change. Relating to the UNFCCC, Indonesia has ratified this convention with the law number 6 of 1994 and Convention on Biological Diversity 2, Indonesia has ratified with the law number 5 of 1994. And from this point, climate change could be considered as one of the obstacles to achieving on SDGs. Now, and then I want to discuss about the COVID-19 phenomena. Even though the COVID pandemic has ended, several aspects of its pandemic is still relevant to be discussed. Yeah. Goals 16 in the SDGs stipulated that to promote peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, provide access to justice for all, and build effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. However, unpredictably, at the end 2019, the world was suddenly confronted with virus COVID-19. And we know that COVID-19 is a humanitarian problem that had a very significant impact on economic and social order. And most countries have devoted their government budgets to purchasing the COVID-19 vaccine for the safety of their people. As a consequence, government programs to reduce poverty have been hampered. And another impact of the COVID-19 pandemic is the lack of purchasing ability of most people for food as a basic need. And relating to the combat COVID-19, the vaccine candidates have developed by AstraZeneca, Gamaleya Research Institute, Moderna, Pfizer, and Sinovac. And it have passed the final stage of clinical trials and received official approval from World Health Organization. And therefore, COVID-19 pandemic have affected the economic dynamics of several countries. However, this vaccine, as I mentioned above, before, cannot be easily accessed by developing countries. Yeah. The non-profit organization that focuses on poverty alleviation, Oxfam, state that developed countries secure 51% of the total vaccine doses produced by vaccine developers. Meanwhile, Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, in January 2021, stated that inequalities in vaccination have disastrous impact. So, inequality in access to the COVID vaccine has prevented several countries from being able to end the COVID pandemic quickly. As a consequence, several countries are not be able to make a rapid economic quickly. Therefore, government programs to reduce poverty as one goals of SDGs have been hampered. So, COVID-19 could be considered as one of the obstacles in the achieving of Sustainable Development Goals. And the last is Russia-Ukrainian war. Goals 16 on those SDGs state that to promote peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, provide access to justice for all, and build effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels.
Excuse me, Prof. 5 more minutes. 5 minutes.
Left 4 minutes, yeah. However, the explanation in Goals 16 does not explicitly mention war or armed conflict as something that must be kept away as a method to resolving dispute problem between countries. Yeah. And now we can see that the reason for using war by country to coerce other countries are packed with the many manipulative themes such as preemptive strike or necessary war, or now we know under the pretext of upholding democracy. Yeah. The phenomena of Russia-Ukraine war could be considered as the proof that in the modern era, war is still a means to realize the will of state. So, Russia-Ukrainian war has caused difficulties for global economic movement that have an impact on national level. And the Russia-Ukrainian war have the potential to change the policies and action of countries that are increasingly prioritizing their own interests and ignoring shared commitment between countries and effort to achieve SDGs. Yes. Under the coordinative character of international law, states cannot be forced to comply with their global commitment, and the global commitment can bind the states if there is the will of state to be bound by it. So the will of state doctrine says that international law is binding states if there is the will of state. Now, being under the coordinative character of international law, so United Nations has never been considered as a supranational body that stands above the states. Therefore, the United Nations agenda such as SDGs will be fulfilled insofar as it is in line with the goals of states. Yes, I think it is enough for me to present about the climate change, COVID, and conflict challenges in realizing sustainable development goals. Thank you for your attention and time for the moderator. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Big applause for Prof. Aji. Thank you very much, Prof. And now let's welcome our second speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Salawati Madbasir, will deliver her speech entitled Responding Climate Change, Constructing Legal Policies to Mitigate Sea Level Rises and Threaten Maritime Entity. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Associate Professor Dr. Salawati Madbasir. 30 minutes for the maximum. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Moderator. Good morning. Assalamualaikum. It's really honored to standing here. Thank you very much to Faculty of Law, University of Diponegoro. They never forget me. Since 2019 until 2023, I always appeared in their international event. They always believe my ideas, my expertise, and also the research that I did. And I always share with my comrade in Faculties of Law, Undip. Thank you very much having me here after 4 years. Back to Semarang is always something that very good. And they give me topic also very challenging this morning. Responding climate change, constructing legal policy to mitigate sea level rises and threatened maritime entity. And if you can see that the introduction, I'm not scientist, I'm not engineering background, but I make it very clear that the direct correlation between climate change and sea level rise is undeniable and occurs in two ways. First, the rise in temperatures causes glaciers and polar ice caps to melt, and releasing stored water and causing global water level to rise through a basic volume increase. And secondly, as temperatures increase, water level rise by the thermal expansion of oceans. Very direct understanding for international law person like me, all right? Then, if you can see also that when the rising of sea levels will have definitely there is always consequences, because anything that we do to our environment, there is always good and bad consequences, because it's affecting maritime features and entities. And maritime jurisdiction and boundaries, this is a very dangerous. This is something that can affect the geopolitics and geography of each country, and especially the sensitive area of ASEAN. Because we are, like Indonesia is a archipelago countries, Malaysia is just a peninsula, and it will always have a problem regarding the delimitations of our EEZ zone or our boundaries regarding that jurisdictions of the sea. And in extreme cases, survival of statehood. In my country, we already see this effect, especially the east coast of Malaysia, the state of Terengganu, where you can see before the highway from the land or the area of the residence is about 10 kilometers. Recently, it's only 6 kilometers. So we lost 4 kilometers within 10 years. So this is not a good sign. And not to mention about the earthquake and later on all those, any other disasters that come. Malaysia doesn't have that kind of issue, but Sabah start to have the earthquake. So we can consider our country are not safe anymore. So this is something that very much related to the sea level rise, actually. And people will be displaced, and both within cross borders and the potential consequences for international human rights and environmental law very clear will happen. And remember that in Southeast Asia region, we're not far from the island like the Fijis, Samoa, and others at the Pacific. This country can be just demolished because of this. And where these people will go. So very clear the topic today is really affect the geopolitics, security, and human rights. And the legal impact of a sea level rise threatened maritime entity also can be categorized into the 3 different aspects, which is later I will say that the first one is dynamic of the relative position of land and sea, where you can see that actually the recent international rules regarding law of the sea is insufficient actually in addressing the challenges posed by the sea level rise. And this is the problem because law of the sea or UNCLOS, when they having that kind of idea, when they form that thing, the sea level rise never happened before. So this is not something that beyond thinking during that treaty being formed. So the legal issue arising from the change in the relative position between the land and the sea, because we are talking about the place where it's a connected land and sea, and the very much is factor is an island. The Article 13 and 121.1 UNCLOS is really say that island that was normally above the sea water level now might be become submerged at high tide or even submerged at the low tide. So this will have a problem between the country to estimate their delimitations of their areas of the sea. That's why I said that if we ignore this, we ignore the geopolitics. And we ignore the geopolitics, we ignore the security of our country, which is in under international law, countries must uphold the recognition and jurisdiction. What we call it kedaulatan, the sovereignty of a country. When you're standing up, you know, just now singing your national anthems, you presume you show the recognition of your country. And it's the over the world respect Indonesia as a sovereign country. That's very important in this. Secondly, the dynamic of the relative position of land and sea also, a maritime feature and entity once considered to be an island, under the law of a sea, might in such circumstances, now we have to reclassify back from my expectation as a low tide elevations or even as submerged feature as part of the continental shelf. So we are going to have a problem more in the future. Even though Indonesia is not the contestant in South China Sea, which Malaysia is a party, this kind of sea level rise giving more complications and more I can say more problem in future for ASEAN. And second one is about the ecological degradations. Among the environmental challenges brought by sea level rise is degradations of the soil and salinizations of fresh water in low-lying islands. People in Malaysia, we not so much have that kind of awareness because we are not archipelago states. And unlike Indonesia, you as an archipelago state, you really realize this thing because you got thousands of million islands, small, big, very big. So this is something that you need to take into account because you have to understand that the UNCLOS in Article 121.3 has assigned great legal significance to sustain human habitation or economic life. So you have to reflect back what I'm saying today with the foreign affairs of your country. And number one, I can see that Indonesia would not tolerate in your maritime issue, whether regarding the involvement of any other country or even any, I can say that the fishermen from other country come and takes your sources at sea. So this is a very important for all of you to know. And thirdly, beside this ecological degradation also, in this sense, the ecological degradation also brought by sea level rise may lead also to reclassification of the legal status of maritime features because it's changed. Not only the temperature under the sea is different, this also can change many maritime entities and features down there. And therefore, it is unclear whether island, especially island, that once sustained habitations and economic life can lose their position due to the sea level rise and feature defined in UNCLOS that generates exclusive economic zone and continental shelf. This is the point for ASEAN to be disagree. Because of our situation, it changed our geography critically. And this make many countries in ASEAN will not agree because we are trying to say, okay, this is the map that we want to use. And this country say, no, this is the map that I want to use. This is what we. The problem with ASEAN, I can tell you that everyone can shake hands during the ministers' meeting. But when come back to your country, everybody want to gain their political mileage. And your president want to be the president. My prime minister want to be there. So they will always say that, okay, we did this. But the reality is, the diplomats were facing a problem because they want to see that the geography of two countries are different already, and fresh water, and when we having this kind of sea level rise, it will affect because it will damage the living life and also economic activities by itself. So we go to the very critical part, which is this organizer want me to give my idea about how to constructing legal policy. We are talking about state. We're not talking about me and my neighbors. We're talking about two recognized countries or more in ASEAN or all over the world. How are we going to do that? But luckily, I'm just finished my recent research with a few other researchers from China and also Japan. We come up with this. This is a very brave. I know that many people don't agree, but sometimes we have to out from the box. First is modifying or concluding international document. We have to initiating a process of revising the UNCLOS by amending or expanding it. Because if not, we will stuck. Because some country will not get that idea. The sea level rise is not joke, it's a real. So Southeast Asia already see that consequences. East Asia, South Asia is really damaged because of that. So we believe that state parties, whatever become under UNCLOS, ratifies UNCLOS, are entitled to regulate the issue of sea level rise in the form of a protocol or an independent document separate from the UNCLOS. If it's very hard to bring in UNCLOS, we make it separate. ASEAN can do that. Unfortunately, I'm not any ministers in Malaysia, but I bring this idea, if maybe any of you can send it to your government and say that, why not? Since Indonesia is the chairman for ASEAN 2023, more or less about another 5 months. So I think still can give an idea that there must be one country initiated and call all other, okay, why not? We have the separate document on this. This has affected us now, in our future, our security. And secondly, the developing international custom. We have to promoting the formation of new customary international law. This is very controversial because how you want to perform the customary international law, it's some consider a better way actually to address the legal challenges of sea level rise. Because if you're talking about the document, we don't have document. Then what we can do in an international law to make it fast, back to the customary international law. And then state can clarify their position of the status of maritime features and also can adopt practical actions consistent, and from this we can develop a new rule commonly accepted by members of the international community. And I do believe if we are strong enough, ASEAN should start it rather than looking what Europe do, what others Latin American do. Thirdly, seeking acceptance for regional customs is very important. I'm always saying that if you want to settle the problem of us, we have to use ASEAN. if we are talking about ourselves, we can't make it any success, because ASEAN is unique. It's going to be 11 countries, member countries, now 10, and we got 10 heads altogether, but we have many excellent people in each country. So I believe that customary law can develop among a limited numbers of states. ASEAN got 10 only, and apply to themselves. That's why I say start with ASEAN. Don't start with others. Don't look at others, us. In other words, regional customary international law, which we in ASEAN practice, is a rule of international law with a regional application provided to a particular area by the unique values by its member states. And I do believe Indonesia can lead this. You have already your maritime fulcrum, you already have many experts in law of the sea. You can start to initiate it, and the other country will follow you. I believe that. And such evidence of state practice and opinion juries in a relatively small area would be easier and would equally contribute to the regional order and stability. I really put it yellow, regional order and stability. We in ASEAN is a very fragile. Because of sea, because of just sea, we can fight. And with the US and China at South China Sea, with their propaganda, it really stressed ASEAN. So we don't want any stress. We want to release from that stress, so we have to look to ourselves first, then others. So as a conclusion, the challenges posed by sea level rise is actually intensifying as effects of climate change become apparent. And international law is considered an important tool to mitigate the effects of sea level rise, and developing a conclusive treaty to codify the initial consensus and developing specific rules consistent with it through customary law might be more viable approach. So thank you very much, and I hope that we can discuss later if any other question. Thank you.
Thank you, Associate Professor Dr. Salawati Mat Basir, for the enlightening speech. And now it's the time for the third speaker, Professor M.R. Andri Gunawani Bisana, SLM PhD, with his speech entitled, like the title of a movie, The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, Climate Change in the Indonesian Forest Fire Litigation. 30 minutes, Prof. Andri, the time is yours.
So, good morning, colleagues. My presentation is indeed, I got the title from the Clint Eastwood movie. So this is actually my presentation is from the paper that I'm still writing in the final stage with my assistant, my colleague at the faculty. So the presentation or the paper is a continuation of our previous chapter in the book. Next, yeah, this is the book I wrote with my colleague. The book is Climate Change Litigation in the Asia Pacific, edited by Jolene Lin and Douglas Kaiser, published by Cambridge University Press. And next, in the book, we explained proudly that there are also some cases in Indonesia that we can identify as climate litigation. And so we classify the cases into several types of cases, of course. The EIA-based litigation, the climate actions, an action against the government failure to take into account climate change consequences of coal mining operations, and the most important one, and very relevant to my current presentation, is the tort-based climate litigation. And we find these sort of climate litigations in various cases in Indonesia related to illegal logging and wildfire litigations. So in all these cases, the government took action, filed lawsuits against companies. So we can see the vital role of the government in bringing these cases to the court. So we can see the cases. For example, if we focus on the wildfire litigation. No, not this one. No, before. No. So I just provide selected cases. So if you look at the cases in the aftermath of the wildfires that happen in Indonesia, we can find almost all of them. Yeah, all of them. We can say all of them will somehow correspond to climate change. And then the latest one is the Ministry of the Environment versus Rambang Agrojaya. So in these cases, there are two ways. There are two ways that the plaintiff, in this case is the government, discuss climate change in a wildfire litigation. First is that the government arguments claiming that the defendants' conduct have contributed to increase of the greenhouse gases. You know, the cases is about the wildfire. So from the fire that take place in the forest or the peatlands, there will be some release, a huge amount, according to the government, a huge amount of greenhouse gases emissions. So, and the increase in the large, so I quote, for example, the expert witness saying that the increase of large amount of greenhouse gas emission will accumulate in the atmosphere and finally will potentially cause the depletion of the ozone layer in climate change. Of course, we should understand that I think it's not really valid to conclude, to say that greenhouse gases will lead to the depletion of the ozone layer. But on the other hand, we can of course say that the increase in the atmosphere of the greenhouse gases could lead to climate change. Of course, we have to note since the beginning that climate change and the depletion of the ozone layer is are two different issues, at least from the legal perspective. Next. The second one, and this is the most important one, is the discussion of climate change emerged when the government discussed the damage calculation and then do the economic valuation of the environmental damage. So for example, I take the example here from the Ministry of the Environment versus PT Waringin Agrojaya, in which the government claimed that the defendant was liable on the grounds of unlawful act and strict liability and asked the court to order the defendant to pay compensation of 173 billion rupiah and restoration costs of 584.9 billion rupiah. In calculating this damage, there are related to climate change, there are two ways of calculations. The first one is based on the government claim is that fires, so peatland fires, will lead to the release of carbon. So there is a carbon release. In this case, the carbon release is about 10,000, around 11,000 tons of carbon. And with the assumption that we need the restoration cost of 90,000 rupiah per ton carbon. I will discuss later why 90,000 rupiah per ton carbon to reduce the emissions. The total restoration cost for the carbon release were 988 million rupiah. And the second one, the government also claimed that the peatland fire also lead to the damage of fire, damage of the forest in terms of the loss of the carbon absorption capacity, so the sink capacity. So you know, if the fire take place, there's an emission because of the fire, but then on the other hand, the forest also will lose the capacity, its capacity to absorb carbons. So both factors are calculated by the government. So in the second one, the reduction of carbon absorption capacity is as much as 3,843 tons of CO2. And again, based on the calculation, this will lead to the cost of restoration of 345 million rupiah. So, the question is, next, is the Indonesian approach in the fire litigation can be considered climate litigation? My answer is yes. I refer to the UNEP publication of 2017, which defined climate litigation as cases brought before administrative, judicial, and other investigatory bodies that raise issues of law or fact regarding the science of climate change and climate change mitigation and adaptation efforts. And look at the keywords here. Usually, these cases are identified with keywords including climate change, global warming, global change, greenhouse gas, GHGs, and sea level rise. In this case, we talk about climate change, and then the keyword is also CO2 as part of greenhouse gases. So, peatland fire litigation could be considered a form of tort-based climate litigation then. What is important here is that if we look at the figure here from Peel and Nasovsky of 2015, we can see that the Indonesian approach, climate litigation in Indonesia is not climate litigation as a central issue, because the main issue here is the forest fire or illegal logging, depending on the cases. So it's not about climate change per se or climate change damage per se. It is about forest fire. Climate change only come as an issue when they come to the calculation of the damage resulting from forest fire. So in terms of the increase of the greenhouse gas emission or the reduction of forest capacity, forest sink capacity. So we can call it litigation with climate change as peripheral issue. So it's not the main issue, it's the peripheral one. Next. Yeah, climate change here, the main claim was about liability from fires or illegal logging, and climate change appeared only in discussion about the impacts of the fires or illegal logging. So, what can we learn from this one, from our experience? Next. So then we come to the picture here of the Clint Eastwood movie. What can we learn? We can learn a lot actually. In my paper, we were intrigued to, you know, sort of glorifying the Indonesian cases. We think that Indonesian approach to tort-based climate change litigation is a novel one, a good approach. Next, really good approach. It is important, novel, and unique. Why? Because it is unique because we address climate change not as the primary tort suit, but like I said before, climate tort per se, but rather as a secondary tort suit, or according to Peel and Nasovsky, as a peripheral issue. And this is good because then when we talk about the damage, we are not talking about climate damage. We are talking about the damage resulting from unlawful act, and in this case, unlawful act is illegal logging or peatland fires. So then we talk about greenhouse gases emissions, some issues related to greenhouse gases emission from this unreasonable use and unlawful, let's say, use of resources. So the focus then is not on the compensation for climate damage, but on the restoration of the resources. So we focus on the restoration rather than on monetary compensation. And then next, so by focusing, and this is why Indonesian approach is important. By focusing only on the emission reduction costs, the government, was able to avoid the impossible burden of causation in tort-based climate litigations. So why? Because in many cases in tort-based climate litigation, the plaintiff has the burden to prove that it is the defendant's emissions that lead to certain type of climate change, and this climate change lead to the certain losses that suffered by the plaintiff. So it's fairly long way and very difficult, if not impossible, burden for the plaintiffs. So by focusing only on the how to reduce the emission or how to improve the capacity of forests to sequester the carbon, the government can avoid this issue. It's not about climate change damage then, and hence the plaintiff or the government do not have to prove that the losses that the government suffered were due to climate change caused by the defendant's greenhouse gas emissions. So the government can avoid this problem of causation. You know, for your information, as far as I know, until now, there is no tort-based climate litigation has been decided in favor of the plaintiff in other countries. So only in Indonesia that the plaintiff, in this case the government, won the cases, and they got the compensation. So so the government then only had to prove that the defendant's land was on fire, and the fire released certain tons of greenhouse gases or reduced the forest sink capacity by certain tons of greenhouse gases, in which the government can easily prove this kind of evidence. So at least theoretically, the emphasis was on resource compensation, like I said before, rather than on monetary compensation for climate damage. And with that, the government can avoid the impossible burden of causation in climate change litigation. So then, of course, the next question, if the approach is so good, because like I said before, it could offer really the alternative approach to deal with causation issue, causation problem in tort-based climate litigation. So the next question is, can it be replicated in other cases in other countries? Can it be the model, the alternative model used in other cases in other countries? So because of course we believe that the Indonesian approach is actually a good one, a promising model actually. But then to be able to be replicated in other countries, the approach should survive two tests. So it depends on two conditions. Is the approach scientifically defendable? Can we prove that the approach is scientifically sound? And the second one, is the approach fair, quite fair? So consistent with the principle of fairness. So if both answer is yes, then we can replicate it. So it's good promise. Then the good one. So still in the good one. The first answer is yes. Indonesian approach is scientifically defendable. We have abundance of evidence, abundance of scientific journals that really can show the relationship, direct relationship between greenhouse gas emissions and forest fire, or illegal logging, or forest destruction. So we can easily find out the scientific evidence about this one. Also related to the forest sink capacity. So if we have the problem in the reduction or the loss of the forest carbon sink capacity, then we can find it easily in the article how much carbon sink loss that we have suffered. So again, so the first question, the answer for the first question is yes, it is scientifically sound. What about the second one? What about fairness? Why the fairness issue is important? Because of course, one could ask why the Indonesian government only seek restoration costs related to greenhouse gas emissions associated with peatland fires or illegal logging. Why, for example, the government do not have any measure or policy currently applicable to ask for restoration costs related to emissions, for example, for coal power plant. So why the government only focus on forest fires to ask for the compensation for the greenhouse gas emissions? Again, the answer could be still good if we focus on the reduction of forest sink capacity. We can call it negative emissions. So from the forest fires, we have two types of emissions. The first one is the negative emissions. Next, yeah, negative emissions. What is negative emissions? Negative emissions is related to carbon sequestration, the capacity of forests to absorb carbon from the atmosphere. That's or what we can call it sink capacity. So with regard to sink capacity, we can still consider the approach is justifiable, fair, quite fair, in the sense that it will only apply to conducts or activities that really reduce the sink capacity. So activities that directly correspond to the reduction of sink capacity would have liable to restore the sink. So in this case, power plant will be excluded because we can imagine that power plant do not directly cause the problem or the reduction in the sink capacity. So in this case, the negative emission is quite fair, defendable from the equity principle. But then we come to the bad number one. So along the way, because we have to prove that the government approach, whether the government approach is ethically justifiable, is quite fair or not, we can prove that it is from the negative emissions quite fair, and it can be, then we can call it from the ethical point of view, defendable, justifiable. But then along the way, we find some bad things related to the how the government used the approach, and some are really bad. So we have the bad and the ugly. So the bad number one, it is unfair. Where it is unfair when it comes to the positive emissions. So the forest fires, of course, emits certain numbers of greenhouse gas emissions. The problem with this calculation is why, for example, only focus on the emissions from forest fires and not coal power plant.
5 minutes.
5 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. So, for example, in Tanjung Jati A power plant, the power plant was expected to release around 500 million tons of CO2 equivalent. So, from this point of view, compare with the emission from forest fire, so the emission from forest fire is very, very, very small, very tiny compared to the emissions from the coal power plant. So why just only focus on the forest fire, the small one, and not focus on the big one, the coal power plant? So it's not fair from the ethical point of view. Then, of course, the bad number two, bad science. So if you look at the calculation of the government, we can see that the plaintiff claim the fires have released several tons of 1,000 tons of CO2, 20 ton of CH4, methane, NOx, NH3, ozone, CO, and ton of particles. As if These are greenhouse gases. Of course, from a legal perspective, there are only seven gases from the climate-related treaties that need to be addressed, reduced or limit. CO2, of course, methane, nitrous oxide, hydrofluorocarbons, perfluorocarbon, sulfur fluoride, hexafluoride, and nitro tetrafluoride. So there is no CO, for example, here. Of course, carbon monoxide is toxic, dangerous, but it's not carbon, it's not greenhouse gas. So ironically, no one, including experts from both parties, the government and also the defendant, seems to miss this basic science. They cannot make a distinction between gases that are air pollutant, conventional air pollutant, like NOx, for example, and greenhouse gases. So I don't understand why these scientific experts cannot make, I mean, I'm a lawyer, I don't have any background. My background on this issue is from the, when I was in high school, long time ago. But I still remember that carbon is different from CO2. C is different, it's not the same as CO2. CO2 is carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide, that's greenhouse gas. But carbon is, if we got stomach aches, we eat carbon, norit, that's carbon. That's not greenhouse gas. So I don't understand why this expert from large university in Indonesia cannot make distinction about this basic science. The next one, because time is limited, still bad science. Again, bad economics. Why bad economics? If we see the calculations, like I said before, 90,000 rupiah is the assumption of carbon trading, the price of the carbon trading of 1 ton certified emission reductions. Of course, that's not true. It was a long time ago, assumed that the price of carbon credit was $10. $10. And at that time, I forgot, $1 is 9,000, so $10 is 90,000. So that's why we got this $90,000 from the assumption of the carbon price. Of course, that's not true. In Indonesia, carbon tax was only 30,000 rupiah per ton carbon. So it's not, of course, it ignores inflation, it also ignores carbon credit on the market. And if you look at how the calculation of the restoration, they use the so-called in the US, the value to cost approach. The value, the damage will then translate into value, monetary value, and then this monetary value will be translated again into restoration costs. And of course, in the US, this value to cost approach is the last resort, because the main objective is not to get money, but to restore the service that is lost, that is damaged. So the main target should be, the main approach should be service to service approach. So with this value to cost approach, we cannot guarantee that the restoration of, for example, 345 million rupiah will restore the loss of the sink capacity of certain thousand tons CO2. And then this is also bad economics. Next one. The restoration cost is actually only a proxy. It's not the real one. It's hypothetical. With the claimed restoration costs were not based on real restoration plan. There was no restoration plan until now. And since we don't base the calculation on the real restoration plan until now, we don't have any restoration conducted by the government, even though some defendants have paid the compensation. So the compensation already be paid by the defendants, but there is no restoration until now. So the main objective of the government by filing the lawsuits is not to restore the environment, is to get the revenue non-tax revenue. And that, of course, very bad objective. The last one, can I? Okay, the last one, hideous legal practice. The use of climate change litigation or climate change impacts in criminal law, and that's very dangerous. This guy, Mr. Siboro, was sentenced 4 years and then reduced by the Supreme Court 2 years. One of the reasons is that because he was the manager of the plantation, and then in the plantation there was a fire, he was liable for releasing greenhouse gases emission that lead to the air pollution, and because of that he was guilty and sentenced to 2 years. You know why this is wrong? This is completely wrong and very dangerous, because until now in Indonesia we don't have greenhouse gases listed in any environmental standards. So this approach by the court violates the legality principle, and it's very dangerous, and I think in my point of view, in my opinion, it also violates the human rights of the defendants. With that, I conclude my presentation. Thank you very much. Sorry for the time.
Thank you very much, Prof. Andi, for the very insightful speech. Now let's continue to the discussion session. I will divide this session into 2 terms with each three participants for each term. Okay. Yeah, for the first term, please raise your hand. Okay, Prof. Joko, and then the one with, okay, and Bu Laksmi. Okay. Mike, please.
Thank you, Ms. Mita.
Yeah, please state the name, institution, and to whom the question for. Thank you.
Let me introduce myself. My name Joko Priyono. Joko means single man, Javanese man. Yeah, sorry, Joko. I'm interested with your critical thinking, Professor Selawati. There are 2 issues that you have an idea to improve or to revise, or maybe go beyond the unclosed, as you said in the last material, Professor Selawati. First, regarding issue of sea level rise, you have an idea to create protocol. Yeah. As you know that when we studied about the law of treaties in 1979, as usual or in practice, that protocol as usual in a part of the convention. So that my question, is it possible that a protocol and then be created as the extension of UNCLOS? Because when we study about convention law such as War Convention, yeah, Protocol 1 and Protocol 2, but let me know maybe deeply regarding about it. And then the second about your critical thinking also, independent documents spread from the UNCLOS. So let me know more regarding about it. In the form what? I mean, if you say that independent document separate from UNCLOS. Maybe if I'm not mistaken, to conclude your critical thinking, jump to your idea regarding ASEAN practice for formulating or for creating customary law. You know, when we try for making industrial customary law, so of course it needs a long, maybe a period to be, to be solid, yeah. And hard effort for achieving that, of course, that for determining that it is a customary or no customary laws, of course, will be determined by judge when case emerges, okay? Because when we study sources of international law, one of the, international customary law, but for determining customary or not customary laws, of course, judge will determine correct or incorrect to be determined as customary law. That's the question, two questions to be answered. And then for Professor Andrian, yeah, regarding your maybe a climate change perspective, yeah, I already did research trade and decarbonization this year and already done. You know, in Indonesian government policy, I think our government policy is very ambitious. When you refer policy on, achievement of our energy, I think it is ambitious because until now, yeah, achievement for going there cannot achieve what government expect. Yeah, we right now mostly depend on fossil fuels, coal and also, mostly fossil fuels. So of course, when we have a case between European Union and Indonesia regarding palm oil, and already lost, as I know that there is hard debate between developed countries and developing countries regarding to achieve or to reduce significantly GSK, gas home GH, yeah, gas home emission reduction. So I need to know more your critical thinking regarding how to bridging developed countries and developing countries to achieve, reduction of emission. Because as developing countries, Indonesian government right now is the first exported in the world regarding our product. It means palm oil. Again, this is hard conflict between developed and developing countries. So let me know more regarding about it, regarding trade and decarbonization. I think that's all. Thank you, Ms. Mita.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Joko, for the questions. I think, yeah, for the second participants.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Fahri Hasani Habib. I'm from School of Law and International Studies, Universitas Prasetya Mulia, Jakarta. So I have two questions. First one for Dr. Salwati. As a researcher related to ASEAN myself, from scale 1 to 10, how confident are you about the customary regional customs that we hope to build regarding to prevent the sea level rise around the regions? Because we know some of the regions in Law of the Sea has contributed, like OSPAR, they created good marine protected areas, and then some region could also look at that. And then how about ASEAN, including related with the policies that we have? And the second question is Professor Andri. What needs to be improved in terms of our approach to climate litigations? Because of it could probably influence, because of, I think, the latest Undang-Undang Cipta Kerja also changed the concept of strict liability in our environmental law. Would that affect to some extent in our climate litigation efforts? And also, what do you think about the understanding of maybe our judiciary systems, for example, in cases in thermal plant in Culukan Bawang, where I think the latest case was rejected because of the lawyer of the thermal plantation said that because there is no, the power plant has not been in operation, so that they cannot ask for compensations. So it has to be rejected, the cases, which I think it's kind of strange to think about the precautionary principle and all the principles in environmental law. So there are probably misunderstanding on how to see environmental law in Indonesia. So how do you think about that? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. And the third participant, Dr. Laksmi Indreswari.
Yeah, thank you. I will ask question to Prof. Andri. I'm interested in climate change litigation, especially from the role of court or how judges deciding cases. And if we compare between the Dutch court and Indonesian court, as we know, the Dutch landmark cases, urgent foundation or royal Dutch cell cases. Yeah. On the other hand, Indonesia cases are not focused on climate change. Yeah. As you mentioned, it's not a central issue of the climate change. So how Indonesian court play pivotal roles in tackling climate change if we compare between the Dutch court and the Indonesian court? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Laksmi, for the question. And now I will give the opportunity for Associate Professor Dr. Salawati to answer the questions.
All right, thank you very much. As I said that when you try to bring something new to the international law, it's not going to get the positive reaction. But based on research, this is the idea. You see the idea, we don't force, I give an idea. Okay, I do understand the concern of a professor just now when he asked that, what type of protocol that you want to do? All right, I always bring the issue to ASEAN. Malaysia cannot do it by ourselves. We have to have the friends, and the geography of ASEAN is quite fragile in terms of sea level rise. It's not about my country or your country, it's about us. It's about the future generation. Please don't think about the politics here. We're talking about the humans' rights there. So protocols is like same like the ASEAN have the other protocols. For example, ASEAN already have a protocol on enhanced dispute settlement mechanism. This is what I mean. It's not something that you have to look at other region. That's why I say that if ASEAN is really strong and really very serious in this kind of situation, ASEAN should start with the first level meeting. Then we created that. And same like we have the human rights issue, despite that we not interfere each other, but this one we have to interfere because it will give a very bad impact. And within this current situation, if we are just still denied, we will having a more problem. So my answer for that protocol is like the normal protocol that ASEAN already have, and only get the consensus of all the 10 countries, and to practice. Yeah, and I have to bring this issues of intervention of a superpower also, because many of ASEAN countries already have China the biggest investors in their country. And my recent visit to Laos, to Sihanouk Vale, Cambodia, I saw that when China took over the place, there is no environmental concern there. This is very dangerous. So we are talking not only the environment, we're talking also about the intervention of a superpower through economics here. So that's why I bring the idea of a protocol. So it will be make fast for ASEAN. And if we are, the professor also asked that regarding the documents separate from the UNCLOS. That's why the first line, my presentation, I said, we have to initiate a process of revising the UNCLOS or amending or expand it. One country must start to do it. So the other will have it. Let's say that do not look at Europe, Latin America, Africa, whatsoever. Their situation is different. We here different. As I always say that ASEAN unique. ASEAN have a very different approach rather than others. So that's why after the protocol, we look at UNCLOS. UNCLOS cannot provide it. UNCLOS doesn't say it. That is a lacuna. So when there is a lacuna under that, which is maxim lacuna is like you don't find anything there, then we created it based on understanding of our practice of customary of international law. The law of the sea is more on customary of international law for 1,000 years. So I do believe that each ASEAN country understand the situation. Understand the situation. I do believe it. The only thing is none of us want to make a move. One is all look at each other. You want to try it? You want to do it? Okay, you're the chairman, please, something like that. That's a problem, right? That's what I thought. So that's just no problem. We studied and others will see. And the second question, the gentleman over there was asking me that scale 1 to 10, how I believe it. Actually, I can give the scale 6 to 7. I'm not giving it 10, but I give a more than 5 because I do believe that my experience with all the ASEAN comrades from many countries in ASEAN, I met many people, many good people, excellent people, expert people in law of the sea in ASEAN from our university, from Indonesia, from Malaysia, from Philippines, from Thailand. So what is our problem actually? Our problem is to convince the government, because government is a politician. Politician is talking about to be there forever. We talking about the existence of human being and sustainable of us. So that's why if we actually can bring the voice of the intellectual of ASEAN and push it to whoever become the chairman of ASEAN, Malaysia will become chairman 2025. Next year, Laos, is quite a problem when the other country are quite weak and got China so much in hands. Like this year is Indonesia, so Indonesia start to have more voice, and back to Laos, I'm not sure, and back to Malaysia, we try to convince our government to be more aggressive. So that's why my concern is 6 to 7, but I'm very positive that if we be together, we can do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Salawati, for the answer. And now the opportunity for Prof. Andri.
So, thank you for the interesting questions from Prof. Joko, but about the Indonesian efforts to meet the NDC. But we have a different opinion, Pak, because in my point of view, Indonesia's NDC is not really ambitious. Yeah, no. According to the climate tracker actions, our NDC is actually highly insufficient. There is no relationship between the Indonesian target to reduce emission with the past emission. Because although the number, if we look at the number of the target, 29%, 41%, that's quite a large number, right? But that's not absolute term. That 41% relative to the business as usual. And we don't know the business as usual level. So, you know, at the end, if we look at the emission reduction in terms of tons of CO2 equivalent, our reduction is only 800 million tons of CO2 emission in 2030 of CO2 equivalent. So compared to the Tanjung Jati apa, only one power plant emit 500 million. So it's almost the same as the whole target of Indonesia. So that's why Indonesian government can easily meet or fulfill the first NDC. So that's why we got the payment-based result, the payment from the Norwegian government, some billion rupiah, a trillion rupiah, I think, because of they think that Indonesia is able to achieve the first NDC without any significant effort to do it. So it's very clever. No, it's really a payment. It's really a grant, award. So very clever actually. Yeah, but for me, so I don't really satisfied with the target. So then, of course, we still depend on the fossil fuel. But the problem with the Indonesian policy, climate policy, is that we still hold, the government still hold the vast majority of the burdens. So the good climate policy actually is the one that can distribute this burden to private sectors. So until now, we don't have any regulation that limits the emission target for from the private sectors. We cannot have that, at least until now. Of course, we have the ministerial regulations, SDM, of the energy and mineral resources, that will lead to that will set the quota of emission from power plant, coal power plant. But the problem is, we only focus on coal power plant only. Why? But we ignore other sources of emission as well. So then also, the government also will apply carbon tax. Tomorrow, I think Ibu Nana will discuss about carbon tax. The problem also with the Indonesian carbon tax is that it will be applied only to emission from coal power plant. So it's not really tax attached on the use of carbon, but on the use of coal, for example. Like fossil fuel, carbon tax on the fossil fuel. We don't have the carbon tax on coal. Instead, what we have is that we have the tax on the emission from coal power plant only. And it is also quite strange because this carbon tax scheme in Indonesia is applied as the alternative to cap and trade for the coal power plant. So from my point of view, these two instruments, carbon tax and cap and trade, cannot work together. We have to choose between the two. So we cannot apply together. If we apply them together, one instrument will be collapsed. So I guess the cap and trade will be collapsed if we apply the carbon tax, because carbon tax is lower than the price of per ton carbon through cap and trade scheme. So that's it's. But again, since this is only the trial, we just started sooner, I think, in this year or next year, because the government always delay the beginning of this cap and trade and tax. So I think, yeah, we can learning by doing. Like we can improve, but from my point of view, the Indonesian schemes for cap and tax with cap and trade and tax, we can say cap and trade and tax, is doomed to fail. From my point of view, I'm sorry. For Pak Fahri, what are the improvements that we need to do? Actually, I have written in the presentation, but I didn't have time. So we have a long way to go. Like I said, Indonesian approach to the litigation, tort-based litigation, is a good one, a promising alternative. But we have a lot of things to do. So a long way to do. We need to improve first scientific understanding of basic science. Of course, C is not greenhouse gases. NOx is not, although it's not direct greenhouse gas, although it is an important precursor. And other gases claim to be greenhouse gases. In fact, it's not greenhouse gases. And we need also to focus on the restoration effort that correspond to the negative emissions, because like I said before, positive emission is not fair, because we ignore the emissions from the coal power plant, right? So I think we just focus on the emissions from the negative emissions and do the restoration to restore the forest sink capacity. The next one is we also need to change the paradigm. The government need to change the paradigm in the lawsuits for environmental damage from compensation as the source of revenue to compensation as the source for funding for restorations. It means that the government, once they file the lawsuits, they have the obligation to really conduct the restoration. Otherwise, they don't have the legal standing. So if they don't have any plan to do the restorations. So the government can only file the lawsuits for the for compensation for the environmental damage if they have restoration plan in hand. Otherwise, they do not have this kind of rights. The last one is criminal law for greenhouse gas emissions should be avoided. I think it is too far. It's too far. Strict liability and omnibus law, I think, in my opinion, the omnibus law does not change the meaning. We still have strict liability in the omnibus law. The problem is, in my opinion, is that we have the government regulation number 22 of 2021. This is the regulation that changed, that abolished actually strict liability from Indonesian tort, environmental tort. Why? Because according to this regulation, strict liability can only be used if the government find that the polluters have been in non-compliance with the law. So it means that it is no longer strict liability because it relies on the finding of unlawful act of the polluters. So I think it is not the omnibus law that changed that get rid of that removes the strict liability from Indonesian environmental torts, but it is the government regulation number 22 of 2021. Of course, there are basic concepts that I'm still struggling to convince my colleagues in civil law department, in procedural law, that strict liability is not, it is different from PMH. Because we in Indonesia only think that we can only sue someone based on two types of lawsuits, right? The breach of the contract, we call it one prestasi, and on the other hand, PMH. So strict liability is always part of PMH, and that's the source of confusion in the legal practice. Ibu Laksmi, how Indonesian judges decided compared to the Dutch counterparts? Of course, we have to make a distinction between the Indonesian cases and the Dutch cases. The cases that I discussed, yeah. The cases in the Netherlands actually only focus on they focus on the climate mitigation, either from the government, the Urgenda case, or the private sector, the Friends of the Earth versus the Royal Dutch Shell. And then we can call it climate change as the central issue. So it's different from Indonesia, in which the climate change is not the central issue; it's a peripheral issue. But then there is also the second difference. The Dutch cases only focus on the injunction. They don't ask for the compensation. They ask the court to give order to the defendants to do something, to reduce emission or to change the policy. In Indonesia, that's not the case. Indonesia asks for the compensation in hand. They were under pressure, bribery. It is under pressure, under public pressure, Pak. Under public pressure to please the government as the plaintiffs, especially the government as the plaintiffs. So we can see almost all cases brought by the government was ruled in favor of the government. So they don't really. So perhaps this is also the we are as the Indonesian lawyers, we have to admit, right, that we choose law school because we want to avoid numbers, right? We don't like economics, we don't like maths, so we choose law school. The problem with the cases like this one is that we cannot avoid to deal with numbers. That's I think also one of the factors that contributing to the not really good quality in our rulings, because basic science, I said to the judges, look, although we are lawyers, don't be afraid to look at numbers, because it is enough for us as lawyers to be fooled by non-lawyers. So how can we then explain that we fail to recognize that carbon and carbon monoxide was considered as greenhouse gases? I mean, I cannot understand why it happens, because things like this, they just follow the judges just follow what the government asks, and that's it. So I think a lot of things to be done, and that's long, really long, long way to go.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Andri and Dr. Salawati for the clear and comprehensive answer. I will open the second term. Okay, Pak Pulung for the first question, Agung and Zaki for the third and second question. Please mention your name, institution, and for whom the question for.
Check. All right, thank you very much. Okay, I would like to address my question directly to Dr. Salawati Matbasir, and then continue with the question to Professor Aji. Well, now we're going first to Dr. Salawati. Well, when you have a thinking about your presentation, I think that is very teasing and very comprehensively to talk about the solution or the future impact or construction of the law to just tackle about the climate change or the sea level rise. But in my opinion, I think that we must be careful enough, Doctor, since that maybe I must agree with Dr. Konstantinos. If we talk about the law of the sea is like the interaction between about the law, science, and technology. So I talk about concrete question now to you, addressing about the solutions. If we talk about some like this, about the circumstances about the vulnerable countries, which is about like small island, I think it will have more vulnerable or severe with the impact of about the sea level rise itself. Let's say about in your presentation you talk about regarding about the Mauritania or maybe Oceania countries, which is very vulnerable, and now it's Nauru as well. So do you think like what is the solution for this one? Because if you talk about the concentration on the legal instrument or sets of rule or legal instrument, actually that it's to the implication is not directly going about some like the significant impact for this country itself. So, or maybe you just like agree with another solution, just like maybe artificial island, or you mixing about using about the combination of the technology. For example, like you just make sure about including about the robotic windmill to just like delay about the sea level rise or sea wave or something like that. Or maybe in the term of like the extreme, we should be agree that maybe propose about the government in exile. Right? The government in exile, something like that. So that's why that, because the implication that impact for the country who have impact with the sea level rise, actually it will have statelessness. It's also against by the convention of the Montevideo itself. That's my question to you, Doctor. And I know that I still have love your fans. I still have fans here about the PowerPoint or presentations. And second, my question to address to Professor Aji. Prof. Aji, if we have just like heading what the question regarding about climate justice, what do you think first about the climate justice? Is it about the critical thinking or set of the legal instrument to talk about to just make a regulation or maybe the law to justice in the term of circumstances of the climate change? Because if we talk about the circumstances, we have much looking for two. We talk about the progressive law, but suddenly, if we have looking about the progressive law, the people who just running about in legal policy, they think about the positivistic. That's why that is like the in contrary and have like inconsistency. That's why that I have want to just like give about the debate for about have the chamber to respond about have some opinion. So if that maybe Prof. Adri want to jump in this question, I think I will be love to. And of course that you are amazing, both of you. Thank you very much. I'm giving back the time to Dr. Paramita.
Okay, thank you, Pak Pulung, for the question. Second question from the participant. Okay.
Thank you for Bu Adia for the chances for asking my question, and thank you for all the presenter for a highly insightful presentation. However, I would like to specify my question to Professor Aji. Professor, my question would be about the concept of environmental justice and how could we meaningfully implement this concept of environmental justice towards the natural resources outside or beyond any state jurisdiction. I know even natural jurisdiction, even natural resources are fall in the jurisdictional territories of one state. State have the sovereign rights to utilize or exploit that resources. But how about the resources that outside any of that jurisdiction or territories? Let's say like the international waters or the international seabed. How could the environmental justice could translate to the equitable aspect of sustainable development between states that have a gap between their resources, like their technologies or their human resources, since it could be developing towards another conflict of states to raise and dominate this kind of untouched resources that is outside any state jurisdiction. That would be my question. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Agung. And the last participant, state the question, please.
Okay, to our moderators, Bu Adia, and thank you for our speakers for the great presentation. And I have a couple of questions. It concerns presentation from Dr. Salawati as well as Professor Andri Gunawan. From the presentation, I realized that so far, from Dr. Salawati, that there is a breakthrough in the international legal instruments concerning climate change. And from Professor Andri Gunawan, I realized that there is a specific taxation on climate change. And my question is to the creation of carbon emissions. And so far, the things that we have been doing is taxing companies and the creators of carbon emission. To what extent do we let this taxation keep going on? Because in my point of view, to creation of carbon emission creates a destruction to the earth, and its taxation simply makes these companies could get away with keep creating these carbons simply by paying more expenses. And to what extent can we limit this to stop from happening? Because to put it simply, companies can still keep doing things harmful to the environment simply by getting away through paying more expenses. And can we stop this, or is taxation a way to get liability from these companies? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Saki, for the question. And now first for Prof. Aji. Bu Salawati first. Or Prof. Andri to answer the question.
For the last question, I think if I can understand your question correctly, I think you're asking about the tax, right? Environmental tax. In this particular case, is carbon tax. So I should mention first that why this is Indonesian carbon tax currently proposed in the taxation law is problematic. The Indonesian tax, here is the carbon tax, was, like I said before, it's only targeted for the emission from the coal power plant instead of the use of coal itself or the use of fuel itself. So it is tax attached on the emission from particular source of emissions, not all. So it's not industry-wide, it's not economy-wide, it's only particular aspect, namely the coal power plant. And the way it will be calculated, it's not, the tax will apply if the emission from the let's say a company, a power plant, has exceeds certain level of emissions. Let's say the company has a limit of, let's say, 100 tons of CO2 equivalent per year. So if that company exceeds this level, 100, for example, the company's emissions is actually 120, so the exceeding 20 tons of emissions could be covered by cap and trade. That's one alternative. The other alternative is that the company pay the tax, 30,000 rupiah per ton. So 30,000 times 20. So very simple. Why this idea of carbon tax is wrong? Because tax actually do not have limit. You can emit as much as you want, as long as your emissions since the beginning is taxed. So carbon tax, or here emissions, carbon tax in Indonesia should be applied since the first ton of emissions, not after exceeding the certain limit of emissions. Should be taxed since the first ton of emissions. So Indonesian carbon tax is, if we compare to the Europe, is actually in Europe not called tax. It is actually administrative fine for the penalty for the excessive emission. So because the emissions exceeds the level of the quota, then they have to pay fine. So in Indonesia it is called tax. In Europe it is called administrative fine actually, and it's more similar to administrative fine rather than to tax. So what about tax and liability? First we have to, I suggest you read articles or books written by Neil Gunningham and others. The book is, the title is Smart Regulation, and also regulatory pluralisms. He published a lot. And one of the main idea, of course, we can mix. We cannot find one instrument that the best solution that can cure all problems. We have to mix these instruments. For example, tax and other government regulations. But he said very clearly, we have to be careful of what he calls smorgasbordism. What is smorgasbordism? Smorgas is the Swedish cuisine, right? Where we can find prasmanan in Indonesia. All you can eat. So smorgasbordism is all mixed, all instruments are mixed. That does not necessarily lead to better solutions. In fact, it is suboptimal. Tax and liability, it's not one of the example that he said should be avoided. Like I said before, tax reflects that the polluters that the polluters do not violate any law. So there is no infringement of law, regulation in the tax. But of course, every tons of emissions, he needs to pay for the every emissions to pay. While liability is the other, is completely different species, right? So we cannot have a company that paid carbon tax, but then at the end of the day were sued by the government to pay compensation because of the emissions that has already been taxed. You know, that's of course that's negatively, he said negative combination that should be avoided. According to, it's kind of smorgasbordism. I think that's all for me. I don't know.
I think that's all. Prof. Salawati.
All right, I am respond to Mr. Pulung's question. Yes, actually, that's why when my first slide, the words that I put is in extreme cases, the survival of statehoods, that is already there. So you have to understand that maybe like us, we see the impact and the consequences, but still have a time to solve it, and still can use the international law or law of the sea and whatever that we can connect to that. But for this island like Nauru and all that, especially at the Pacific area, it's like they have to act now. How they want to act now when other country in the world like, that's your problem. I just want to bring all of you to the reality of international law and the international response from other country, okay? Environment is always about to put this your fault, that's your fault. Instead of, that's all our fault. Because we are talking about money here, industrialization, taxation, it's all about money. Money means power. Power means you'll be there forever. this is the point that the politics of international law don't want to say it, but in international law, this is part of it. So I agree with you. If what is the impact that we can help these people? If you're talking about the state, yes, this island will be demolished, finished. So how the people will become the forced migration. They will be the forced migration because of the disasters, climate change. Now, who's going to take them? Don't look at Malaysia. We got enough with all those people. Will Indonesia take these people? This is a question. This is about back to the security, back to our recognition of a country, and also our sovereignty. Then, if not, then what to do with these people? We have to face, there is a forced migration because of climate change, but we are not ready to take over these people. And like you said just now, okay, can they have the government in exile? We have the government in exile because of politics situation, Iran and so on, but not climate change. But yes, the Montenegro Convention 1938 will be different. But in this nowadays, the Montenegro Convention 1938, now it's 2023. Is it time for us to reform back the international law? Yes. I always believe that way. That's why I always believe the contemporary professor rather than the old or the modern international thinking. Because this is what we have to see the latest situation. Act according to the situation. So if we have to have them, then we have to. But the act is have to come back to the United Nations, yeah, to provide that. I'm respond to the guy at the back regarding the carbon emission and so on. I'm not good in this, but what I found it is that actually this year my country Malaysian government proposed the tax incentive for carbon capture and storage to limit the CO2 emission during CCS technology. We actually have the low carbon national aspiration by 2040. So, in Malaysia, I love to tell you that we love to have this kind of thing, you know. Targeted 2040, 2050. We love to have that. But when the prime minister changed, then suddenly this prime minister said, no, I don't like this. I want 2030. So we in Malaysia is look who going to be the leader. So if we got the good leaders, then good, okay, we go. If not, otherwise forget about it. But I like this kind because my government, this year, which is under the Prime Minister for Anwar Ibrahim, he want us to see that okay, the industry is very important, but the environment is important too. So he said, okay, we educate the industries to lower their carbon emissions and we give them incentive. So we can control it. One thing I like about him is he loves to see what the international law can provide for the country. So he always encourage us to look and help the government. That's a good sign of him. Not to fancy him, but this is the thing. Because we got 4 prime ministers, okay, within 5 years. So you have to know that how terrible is our head. This one is different, this one is different. But again, ASEAN, we have to become back as a centrality to talk about this. Because many industry in any ASEAN country is controlled by China companies. I'm not talking about the Chinese people, I'm talking about China people from mainland. So these people actually, they're all different. So as I said to you again, go to Sihanouk Vale, come back to Laos. It's so sad to see that they don't care about the environmental. So this is sad part of a member of ASEAN. So I think that's my answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bu Salawati, for the answer. And now, Prof. Aji.
Thank you for the opportunities. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Pulung, for your response about the progressive law. Yes, progressive law is, as I mentioned on the occasion, progressive law is the teachings, just teachings, yeah, from Professor Satipto Raharjo, sociology of law, sociology of law prominent. It's just a teachings, yeah. And Professor Satipto never said that progressive law is the theory. He never say like that. And so it just could be considered as just a way of thinking, in making a regulation, any regulation, as well as on the law enforcement. So if we
we have the understanding about the progressive law, it's just a way of thinking. So it cannot be jumped to practice on the application of law, I think. Yeah, and progressive law, if it will be if it want to be connected with the environmental justice, so we have then we have to change our mindset. Yeah, as I mentioned. Yeah, if progressive law progressive law want to make a base to to create environmental justice, so we have to change our mindset. Yeah, yeah. And the second question is from Agung. Yeah, of course about the how to translate environmental justice in international level. Is that your question? Yeah, it is of course it need to be a coordination and collaboration between states, but we already know that on the international level, there is so many obstacles to create or to harmonize or to work together to combat climate change. As I mentioned on the occasion, there are 3 humanitarian issues, yeah, that could be obstacle on the to gain SDGs goals. Yeah, yeah. It is because on international relation there is several interesting own. Every state have their own its interest. Yeah, and it cannot so it not be easy. Yeah, it's not easy to make together coordination in achieving sustainable development goals. I think it is enough. Yeah. Thank you for your question.
Okay, thank you for Prof. Haji for the answer. Before we end this plenary session, I think I would ask our 3 distinguished speakers to give the closing statement regarding the climate change, the law, and also this wonderful occasion we share together today. Starting from Prof. Andri.
In 2013, we at the UI Law School started the course Climate Law. Until now, it is the only one apparently in Indonesia, I'm afraid. But that's, I mean, I really hope that soon, after this meeting, there will be climate change law in Undip, in other law school in Indonesia, because it is very important. And it's also interesting because a lot of issues, it's cross-cutting issues with international law, with company law, with litigation, civil law, economics. So a lot of issues that we can discuss. And in August, ICEL, Indonesian Center for Environmental Law, and the law school will organize the workshop for Indonesian lecturer to have this climate change law. And we are still composing a book chapter on the introduction to climate change law in Indonesia. So I invite colleagues from Undip also to join later in the workshop. So let's make this climate change law everywhere in Indonesia. That's.
Give big applause for Prof. Andri. Okay, thank you, Prof. Andri, and then from Associate Professor Dr. Salawati.
Okay, thank you so much for having me here again. And for me, to constructing legal policies, we need to be united, and it cannot be done by one country. It needs to be by ASEAN again, and this is what we use the ASEAN centrality to help us. And I do believe that now Indonesia already have this climate change law, and soon it will be spreading to other ASEAN country. And I do believe that, I always believe in ASEAN, I always believe in us, our expertise, our people knows our situation, we know our country, we know our region. So back to back, this is us. I always believe using the local expertise rather than foreigners, because we know what we want, we know our people. So again, thank you very much. Hopefully that we can do something after this. And again here, I'm always willing to work with anyone because I do believe that as long as we are neighbors, we're going to be affected by this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mas Salawati. And last but not least, Prof. Aji Samakto for the closing statement.
Sustainable Development Goals must be achieved on 2013. So it needs collaboration between states to solve the problem, as I mentioned before, the COVID, conflict, and climate change. It has to be resolved by collaboration between states. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Aji, for the closing statement. Okay, now finally we come to the end of our first plenary session at the first day of the third ICOLEG 2023. I would like to say thank you so much again for Prof. Aji, Associate Professor Dr. Salawati, and Prof. Andri for enlightening us, for giving the information, sharing the ideas, and also ask us to unite to combat climate change. Thank you very much, Prof. Hopefully what was explained by the speakers can broaden our knowledge and be useful for our lives. Thank you for your attention. Please give one big applause for the speakers. And thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Back to the host.
Thank you very much, Dr. Adia Paramita Prabandari, SHMLE MH, for conducting the discussion today. And thank you very much as well to all the speakers. It was a very insightful presentation. And next, I would like to call upon the Vice Dean of Faculty of Law, Universitas Diponegoro, Dr. Trilaksmi Indraswari, SHMH, as well as Dr. Afif, to present the certificates for our speakers today. I would also like to call the speakers to please come forward. And if we can step in the middle for the photo session. Thank you very much once again to all our speakers today. And now we are going to have a break until 1 p.m. I look forward to seeing all the participants in the parallel scientific sessions. And for these scientific sessions, all presenters shall be present in the allocated room prior to 1 p.m. For the participants, the second plenary session will begin at 3 p.m. or you may join the second chamber for the presentation. And that is it. Thank you, and I will see you at 3 p.m. Thank you. To all the participants, we have lunch available on the right side of the ballroom, and all participants may begin to enter the lunchroom. Thank you. And for the speakers, it would be on the left side of the ballroom. Thank you very much. All participants may begin to walk into the right side of the ballroom, please. And for the VIP on the left side.
Ladies and gentlemen, right now is having a lunch. For speaker, you can have your lunch in the left side of this room, and then for the guests, for the participants, in the right side of this room. Have a nice lunch. Bapak Ibu yang terhormat, saatnya untuk menikmati hidangan makan siang. Untuk Bapak dan Ibu sudah dipersiapkan makan siang. Untuk partisipan bisa menikmati makanan di sebelah sana. Dan untuk speakers dan juga tamu undangan, speaker di sebelah sana. Dan untuk partisipan di sebelah sini. Selamat menikmati hidangan.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to remind all participants that the parallel scientific sessions will begin at precisely 1 p.m. today, and we have divided the rooms into 3 chambers. The first chamber is located in the corner back of the room, and the second chamber is located in the main room, and the third chamber is located in the front door, and we hope that all the presenter can start moving into your chambers. Thank you. Selamat siang Bapak Ibu, karena sesi parallel sessionnya akan segera dimulai pada pukul 1, diharapkan untuk semua presenter untuk mulai memasuki chamber yang sudah dialokasikan. Untuk chamber pertama itu ada di ruangan belakang at the back corner, dan untuk chamber kedua itu di main room tengah, dan untuk 3 ada di depan. Jadi mohon untuk semua presenter segera memasuki chamber masing-masing. Terima kasih. Dan untuk partisipan bisa tetap di chamber 2 main room sini. Terima kasih.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Chamber 2. Today, we are going to discuss topic related to climate justice. Before we start, let me introduce myself. My name is Aisyah Ayu Musyafa. We'll guide this chamber from the start until all the participants has finished to present their presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, before we go further, let me read the title of each paper and the author name or the person who will deliver the presentation. The first presenter, Prof. FX Joko Priyono, and the title is Trade and the Decarbonization, Challenges and Opportunities. Second presenter is Muhammad Fathullah. Does corporate social responsibility solve climate justice? A case study. The third presenter, Andreas Teddy Mulyono, questioning a fair settlement as the legal resolution of global interests. The next presenter, Ludi Hilmawan and Endang Sri Lestari, the concept of restorative justice in the settlement of environmental criminal cases. And the next presenter, Muhammad Satria Andriana, Green Financial Crime, exposed about financial crime in the environment and renewable energy world. And the last presenter for today, Ridwan Arifin, Muhammad Iqbal Baikuni, Rahadian Fajar Haris, and Waspiah, the potential of carbon offset as the integrative ecocide prevention instrument with climate change mitigation. Before we proceed the presentation, I will remind you regarding the rules of today's presentation. The first one, English language is mandatory for presentation, delivery, and Q&A session. Second, the discussion process will be fully moderated by the moderator, and each participant must follow the conditions stated by the moderator. Each presenter is given a maximum of 10 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for discussion. The presenter can come up to the podium for presentation. Okay, without any further ado, please welcome our first presenter, Prof. FX Joko Priyono. The time is yours, Prof.
Okay. Good day or good evening, everybody. Hopefully that you are well and not be sleepy because my time. Yeah, the time is as usual. Javanese language say ngantuk. Okay. Yeah. Okay. My topic. I think when you heard the previous material, the speakers, Professor Aji, Professor Andre, and also Professor Salawati. Okay. I think it's very, very much relevant to my topics, trade and decarbonization, challenges and opportunities. Okay, what's the background that I write this paper? Because it is very interesting and current issues. When you hear the case between European Union and Indonesia regarding palm oil, it is very hard to beat between developed and also developing countries because it is relevant with environment. Yeah, sometimes confusing because trade and environment there will be a question how to bridge between trade and environment. First, I have to start with the objective establishing WTO because when we talk about trade, so we have to refer WTO agreement. WTO, because when you open up the preamble WTO agreement, you will find out the philosophy of trade in WTO. Two of them, let me say first, sustainable development. We may exploit all natural resources everywhere in the world, but sustainable development is has to be, the priority, not exploited membabi buta, but have to consider sustainable development. And the second is the principle that every WTO member must preserve environment, and that's why that country cannot be exploited much as they want. I think this is very important because trade and environment must be, to keep equilibrium. Yeah, I think it's very important. This is the principle of WTO agreement. And then where trade and environment meet, there is one article in WTO agreement. That is Article 20, letter B in particular, stipulate like this. Necessary to protect human, animal, plant life or health. It means that WTO member may break the principle if related to protect, necessary to protect animal, plant life or health. Diction necessary is very, it will be hard debate. When you maybe open up in the WTO website, so you will find out some cases there, dispute settlement body, hard debate regarding what's necessary mean. Because necessary mean also be arbitrary if necessary cannot be used wisely. And then we may conclude in WTO article that WTO member may unilaterally restrict imported product because of protected environment. So that's why European Union may unilaterally restrict product of palm oil, our palm oil, because of protecting the environment. Conversely, when we check it up in the OECD report, already increase regarding our emission. Increase in carbon dioxide emission be 180 megaton, above pre-pandemic level 2019. And it also report 6% increase from 2020, referring to IEA, International Energy Agency. And all traded products are mostly manufactured by using fossil fuel. As I asked in the president before, that sometimes it is very confusing because, you know, one subcontinent try for achieving to be clean energy, and then another subcontinent such as Asia, no commitments, I mean seriously, for targeting clean energy in 2050, for example. But in reality, we know that fossil fuels already available and be subsidized to our people. Even though that our policy already launched some policies, good policies, but in reality, it is very ambitious. And I'm not sure that to achieve the targeted year 2050, we may go there successfully. Because while we have natural resources and already be dominant fossil fuels, so of course it will be always be a trouble for our policy regarding with clean energy. So that's why it's very important. There is a gap between trade and environment in practice. Even though in a certain article already stipulate, as I said, Article 20, letter B. But also in the technical barrier to trade agreement and process and produce methods in particular. Because PPM, I call PPM, be part of technical barrier to trade agreement. Next. That's the issue that we have to discuss, and we have to find out what's the final conclusion I have. The use of GATT and TBT agreement, or PPM, it is a part of WTO agreement, often arise a legal dispute because of unilateral action. As I mentioned before, that Article 20, letter B, this is maybe a right of country members for using maybe a measure unilaterally. But unfortunately, and then this case be challenged by another countries, and already be some cases before dispute settlement body. The first, Article 20B, GATT, necessary to protect human, animal, plant life or health, be a hard case. Sometimes, you know, developed and developing countries had conflict before dispute settlement body. Then mostly that developed countries as W member may use this article, but sometimes lose, sometimes win. Okay. So the indicator to determine it is relevant or not, it depends on the panelist report. When you study dispute settlement body in WTO, you will find out panelists in dispute settlement body, and then appellate body, patent banding in WTO. And also the second is PPM, process and production method, is used as a reason to restrict trade. When you buy maybe some things of food, or maybe some, whatever you may say, some like a things maybe. When you sell to another country, so another country will check it out. Where does it originated, or where does it come from, and what's the material produced from, maybe deforestation or not. But when, and then PPM is doesn't fit the required requirements, so of course will be rejected. This is PPM, as usual used because of protecting the environment. So PPM probably maybe can be used as a reason to restrict trade. And then the third, the gap between developed and developing countries in terms of technological capability. Yes, that's the problem. Now European Union may maybe arise some program. We want to be clean energy in 2015, while developing countries no technological capabilities. So, I mean, the gap between developed and developed countries already exists in terms of technological capability. Yeah, so...
I'm sorry,
Oh,
Prof, the time is up.
Time is up?
Yeah, 1 minute more.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Next, research and discussion. No, next. Yeah. Yeah, research and discussion, decarbonization under Article 20. GAWT has already been hard debate in terms of interpretation, and then PPM quality criteria, then SPS agreement, and then barrier to trade, technical regulations, standardization, conformity assessment procedures. Barrier to trade often used by developing countries, mostly, I say mostly. And then so, valid or discussed protection is main issues. This is valid or this is discussed protection. Sometimes be instrument for doing discussed protection, proteksi terselubung. Gitu. Next. Yeah, what would Indonesia commitment on decarbonization? Gas emission reduction policy goes to 29% or 41% in 2020 as a result of Paris Agreement ratification. Remember that Indonesia already be a member of Paris Agreement. And also impact investment and price of goods and services in terms of decarbonization and subsidy for achieving the target greenhouse emission gas nationally or internationally. Next. Conclusion, trade and decarbonization are correlated with each other. The prevailing rules are injustice. The exact agreement, I say Article 20B and TBD agreement. Are injustice and lack of legal certainty and often be used as the disguised protection measure. And then the meeting of trade and decarbonization may be found in the dispute settlement body reports as a test to determine the validity of unilateral action. Challenges, technological capability, high cost, no legal certainty of the prevailing rules, all be challenges. And then opportunities, cooperation among the states to do harmonization, in terms of trade and decarbonization, propose a new agreement, yeah, by doing lobbies between the developing countries. I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof.
Yeah.
Joko Priyono. What a great, amazing presentation, right? Because we know that trade and decarbonization are always related. Of course, because we have to know that the challenges and the opportunities behind that issues, right? Okay. Now we have approximately 5 minutes for question and answer session. So maybe is there any questions?
Any question? Yeah, that's my student all.
Yeah, okay.
It is, I don't know, don't worry. Do not offer them to us because it is no relation with the score. Eh?
Okay. Mr. Yes.
Okay, thank you for the chance, Mr. Moderator, and to Prof. Joko. So my question concerns one of the results from your research that said that Indonesia has a target goal of decarbonization. And realistically, industries in Indonesia would require an additional fees and source of money, which could come from the government, so that they could achieve this decarbonization, which will cost money. So my question is, where can they draw the line between the fees from the government with regulation under the WTO that is legal in accordance with the GATT or the TBT agreement? Thank you, Professor.
May I direct answer?
Okay.
Okay,
Please.
thank you, your question. So when you talk about the fees, so I think it is 11 the WTO agreements. So it depends on the commitment or maybe the common need from the developed and developing countries for backing up the problem of decarbonization. That's why I propose a new agreement regarding trade and decarbonization, making new agreement as lex specialis. But when you again talk about a fee for carbonization, so I think WTO agreement does not stipulate about the fee. That's, I mean, the current development between developed and developed countries for maybe to support how to maintain, to preserve B1 Earth and to preserve our world from maybe destruction. Yeah, so that's maybe a little bit my answer for you. Okay. Next, maybe.
Okay. Next questions.
Agung.
The last question, maybe for.
Thank you for
Mr.
the
Joko.
chances, and thank you for Prof. Joko for the presentation. Prof, I would like to ask about the clauses about the general exception that been implied in your presentation. So in the article itself, it stated that it needs to be necessary to protect the environment and human health. My question is, what is the threshold to fulfill this necessary test by the WTO itself? Because if we read all the cases, there's a lot of countries that already exhaust this article, and there is also many attempts that had been rejected by the WTO because it doesn't fulfill the necessary link that implied in the article. That would be my question. What is a situation that could deem necessary for WTO so it can unilaterally reject the product? That would be my question. Thank you, Prof.
Okay, good question. When you study on Article 20, Mas Agung, yeah, diction necessary is very controversial, right? Where exactly that we may find out the conclusion for answering the question? Yeah, when we study about law, so of course it depends on panelist report, because panelist report and then B, sources of law. But may I compare another case? You hear about Mexico and US, right? Regarding what do you call it? Tuna case, tuna stolen case, and then unfortunately, US the case in favor of Mexico because of the principle of law par imparem non habet imperium. But the potential instrument can be used arbitrary. I mean arbitrary, actually not necessary. As usual, referring to TBD agreement. TBD agreement, remember there are three elements: mandatory rules, that's technical regulation, and then standardization, and then also conformity assessment. Now mostly developed countries, I say developing countries because in reality mostly developed countries use this instrument, use technical regulation for restricting the trade. Yeah. And it is the right, okay. And then standardization, when we sell maybe our product, we have to fulfill the standardization of when the market will be deployed in Europe, for example. And then also conformity assessment to assess conformity between standard beyond where the product originated and where the country imported. That's why three elements are sometimes used by developed countries arbitrarily. So when maybe the exported state and then challenge for this policy, of course, will be hard case before dispute settlement body. But again, finally, we depend on the panelist report and what do they report, and then that's be sources of law, and then that's the final conclusion that that's determination of necessary arbitrary. I think this is the final, final conclusion to determine where necessary or arbitrary. I think that's all. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much for Prof. Joko Priyono. The time is up for Prof. Joko Priyono. Thank you, Prof.
Yeah, most welcome.
Yeah.
Okay, already?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Everybody. Yeah.
Yeah. Now we move to the second presenter, Mr. Muhammad Fakhullah, but now delivered by Iwet Mulyani. Miss Iwet Mulyani, already here? No? Miss Iwet Mulyani, no. Okay. Maybe we can go to the next presenter. Mr. Andreas Teddy Mulyono. Yeah. Mr. Andreas Teddy Mulyono, the time is yours.
Thank you, Bu Aisyah. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Andreas Teddy Mulyono. This is the title of my paper, Questioning of Fair Settlement as the Legal Resolution of Global Interest. Next, please. This research examines conflicts of interest between developed and developing countries regarding the environment and natural resources. By identifying these conflicts, will signal developing nations to be cautious when shaping their national policies in response to global events and movements. And then, next, please. Developing country government policy are very vulnerable to the intervention of the interest and developed countries. Also, developing countries regard unilateral action as a necessity driven by basic needs. So this approach recognizes the importance of context and highlight the importance of placing legal norms within their wider social, cultural, and political framework. Thus, of course, this may seem complicated, but there are innovative global campaigns that are constantly evolving. And actually, stakeholders expect them to influence policies in individual countries' jurisdiction. Next. So this study traces the historical evolution of environmental and resource management concept using a legal research methodology. It analyzes international declaration, protocols, and relevant documents from various agencies. Scientific investigation and policy are also analyzed and incorporated for a comprehensive understanding. A systematic approach is used to select and organize events from 1992 to 2022, within 50 years, okay? Emphasizing chronology and, of course, simultaneously occurrence. This study challenges the prevailing mainstream perspective on sustainable development by highlighting conflicting interests among countries. While it reflects representation of alternative viewpoints, its objective is to present an alternative perspective on achieving sustainable development goals. Next. So the events, the majority of international events held between 1972 and 2022 were presented and promoted as successful occurrence. However, it is important to acknowledge that there are also instances recognized as failures. One way to gauge the success or failure of an event is by considering the number of participating countries that have endorsed agreement, such as declaration, protocols, or convention. Nonetheless, it is worth noting that some countries may have signed the declaration document without subsequently ratifying it. Such non-ratification should be considered either as failed event or at the very least an indication that the country's government is grappling with conflicting interests. So taking these criteria into account, it is relevant to consider at least 9 specific events for further analysis. Next. So this is 2 examples of the events: Stockholm Conference in 1972 and Rio Conference in 1992. During the initial years following the Stockholm Conference in 1992, some scholars regarded the Stockholm Declaration as a success. Some say that the Conference of Human Environment was one of the most successful international conferences held in recent time. However, as time progressed and the Rio Conference took place in 1992, the same mainstream proponent expressed the view that the Rio Declaration was an improvement event in the Stockholm Declaration. So by conducting systemic analysis of the accumulation of pressure from the Stockholm until the Rio meeting might place both conference within a broader context, shedding light on the ongoing development of the realm of international law. So furthermore, it should be noted that several national governments have against ratifications for a multitude reason. For instance, the United States signed the Stockholm Conference in 2001, but has not ratified it, citing a lack of authority to fully implement a provision. However, the United States continues to participate as an observer in meeting of the parties and technical working groups. And then Kyoto Protocol is also an instance or an example of the failed event. Next, Johannesburg Conference of 2002 also. Next, COP 15 and COP 16. And climate summit also, COP 26 in Glasgow. Next, please. Yes, this one in 2021. Actually, it is essential to focus on the national policies that the limit carbon emission in each country, which is discussed broadly in this COP, irrespective of the global pros and cons. Yeah? So legal framework plays a crucial role in either supporting or hindering a development of green, low emission, and climate resilient.
3 minutes more, Mr.
Okay. And then COP 27. Next, climate movement also. I just want to say that, next please. Next, again. Yes, this one. So beside the event that I have told you before, the mainstream movement here, in summary, yeah, this movement are advocating for global governance and policy changes. So I mean that it is, of course, will impact our legal policy or our national policy as a developing country. Next. And this is the Green Climate Fund in 2019, which is Indonesia also faced the conflict of interest related to this program. Is indicated by timing and total amount of disbursement of funds. Yeah. Next. REDD Plus. Yeah. Besides the success story with Norwegia, we also have some failure. Yeah. So in this particular instance, the Norwegian government is deemed to be the party at fault. Next. This is the event that our products, oil plantation product, was boycotted by a European company, European community. Next. The Indonesian resource encores. Yeah. So after World War II, there was a significant shift in the exploitation of natural resources between developed and developing countries. The exploitation of natural resources became an essential element in the global power struggle as developed countries sought to maintain their dominance of developing nation.
The last
Next.
minute, Mr.
Okay, this is my last slide. Conclusion. So various global events and movements from 1992 to 2022 reveal conflicts of interest in international relations. Developed nations leverage their financial and technological superiority, causing developing nations to struggle and request more time. This unintended conflict contributes to rising expenses and potential losses for developing countries. While the resolution of global interests remains elusive, this research contributes to legal scholarship and paves the way for a fairer or more equitable future. I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Andreas. What a great, amazing presentation. Yeah, we know that a fair settlement is always be a question for us. Okay. Now, approximately 5 minutes for question and answer. So, is there any question, maybe? Yes, Mr.
I can ask my question now?
Yes, please.
Let me introduce myself. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Muhammad Maram Hafiz from Faculty of Law, Diponegoro University, batch 2020. I would like to raise a question regarding the effectivity of a social movement and its impact on a national policy. For example, the movements that Greta Thunberg have led has always been ended with them being arrested, for example, or like it resulted in nothing. Like, for example, there is no changes in the national policy because many of these movements are not being seen as something that should be taken care of as something that is really urgent, for example. So I would like to ask a question regarding to what extent a social movement can create an urgency to the government so that a national policy can be made or revised. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
You can answer.
Okay,
please.
thank you
Yes.
for the question. So you would like to know how the developing countries, the government of developing countries, responds to the event or movement, something like that, right?
Yes, sir, but like more onto the fact that how a social movement in both developing and developed countries can actually see a movement to be that urgent, so therefore the government can actually change the national policy or make a national policy.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe I should give you some examples that I think is actual in the mainstream media. We may see that all of members of the government, especially in Indonesia, in the case of downstream industry of nickel, of course, we have the authority, the sovereignty to regulate our iron ore, right? But a few weeks ago, actually in May, this year, IMF said that our government should think it over again. Why? Because from IMF's point of view, it will impact to other sector or other transboundary, maybe transboundary interests of other nation, I think. So this is a very good experience of Indonesia that when we are struggling for renewable energy and give some effort to make the industry support to electric vehicle, right? But on the other hand, IMF said that it is not good to regulate. So we just prohibited to regulate when we export our nickel ore. I think I hope this answers your question.
Thank you, sir. That answers my question.
Okay, thank you. Maybe, is there any questions? One more question. Okay, thank you. We just have 1 minute.
Okay, thank you. My name is Joshua. I'm from Bandung. My question is, do you think international legal instruments related to your presentation considered as negotiating instruments between developing countries and developed countries? And second, the follow-up questions I would like to ask, because on your presentation you mentioned about United States has not ratified something. I would like to make sure, is it about the convention or the conference, because it has two different impact to my knowledge. Thank you.
Just a simple answer, okay?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, actually I'm not the international law expert, but protocol declaration is kind of soft law, right? So it's also, we have known that there are maybe legal instruments, but it is very weak to enforce, right? And then for this research, my research actually, is trying to describe the continuance of the international events and movement that are very important to discuss, because it is, of course, impact to our regulation when, of course, we how our government responds to this international event and movement.
Okay,
That's all.
the times is up. Thank you so much for the presentation, Mr. Andreas.
Thank you.
Thank you. Give applause to Mr. Andreas. And now we move to the next presenter, Mr. Ludi Hilmawan. Mr. Ludi Hilmawan. Mr. Ludi Hilmawan. Okay, Mr. Ludi and Miss Endang Sri Lestari. Yeah, okay. The time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the opportunity given so that I can convey the concept of our ideas, the concept of restorative justice in the settlement of environment criminal case. Next. Indonesian commitment in G20 summit to address the climate crisis as well stop the lost biodiversity by fighting deforestation, desertification, land degradation, and drought, and achieving natural land degradation by 2030. As a breakthrough in case handling, restorative justice is expanded to improve functional of the criminal justice system. In environmental crimes, victim aspect is the element that is the main concern because the environment that is the victim is an ecosystem where living things live. If the settlement only focuses on punishing the perpetrator, then the interest in improving the environment is neglected. There are difficulties in applying restorative justice in situations involving environmental crimes. Then, how to apply restorative justice in handling environmental crimes? What are the legal What are the legal consequences of resolving environmental cases with restorative justice? Next, restorative justice concept in handling environmental criminal case. The first, a process of discussion to find solution and to decide what to do. The second, by balancing the needs of society, victim, and perpetrator. Third, deliberation to reach an agreement. Fourth, the goal of achieving balance and restoration of environmental damage. Indonesian people are familiar with the concept of restorative justice in custom and the value that are born in them. In this case, Indonesian culture value influence the application of restorative justice in several cases of forestry crimes. Article 85, paragraph 2 of law number 22 of 2009 concerning the protection and management of the environment, or PPLH law, stipulate that dispute settlement out of court does not apply to environmental crimes as stipulated in this law. But basically, from a practical standpoint, the influence of restorative justice is felt especially in the criminal law sector. A number of law enforcement institutions in Indonesia in recent years have implemented restorative justice to a further level, namely as an institutional policy. The application of restorative effort that differ a case from the formal justice route to the non-penal route is very limited. First, regulation of the Chief of Police number 6 of 2018 concerning investigation of criminal act. 2. Prosecutor regulation number 15 of 2020 concerning termination of prosecution based on restorative justice. 3. The decree of the Direction General of the Supreme Court of the Republic of Indonesia number 691, okay, concerning enforcement of guidelines for the implementation of restorative justice. Next. Restorative justice is the best choice because first, restorative justice is considered to have potential and is able to provide an alternative way of enforcing environmental criminal law, which emphasizes the use of non-penal way to maximum recovery effort and the impact of environmental crime that have occurred. Second, in the criminal act of environmental pollutions, mechanism that can be carried out such a mediation and dialogue between parties are more effective to apply and convert to the ultimum remedium principle contained in the criminal provision in PPLH law. Third, discourse on the application of dual mediation or dual mediation that combine penal mediation and civil mediation in cases of environmental crimes committed by corporation. Fourth, affected people can ask for compensation. This is because the environmental criminal justice system is seen as unable to provide adequate compensation. This is different from the result out of court settlements are generally felt to be more just and balanced for both perpetrator and victim. Legal consequence of environmental criminal case settlement with the restorative. Herbert Parker, crime is oriented and lead to criminal sanction, which can be the main best guarantor, primary guarantor, as well as the main threat, primary threat, as well as the best means of dealing with crime. Restorative justice being carried out does not attempt to override the rule of criminal justice system or order formal law enforcement failed. Restorative justice requires a settlement of cases that is equipped with enthusiasm or effort to restore or repair the negative impact of a crime and restore the relationship between the parties, both victim and preparation, to their original state. The victim opportunity to accept accountability and the preparatory apology can be opened. The concept of restorative justice is an idea that developed from the mechanism for handling criminal act, so that the criminal or criminological nuance that place the focus of action on human are very clear. Conclusion, next. The settlement mechanism needs to involve a wider range of participants that mediation between perpetrator and victim with restorative justice is expected to direct the orientation of settlement in the form of compensation. There is a restoration of environmental sustainability. The legal consequence of resolving environmental criminal case in restorative justice, if the agreed agreement is not implemented, that case can be reopened. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ludi and Ms. Endang. Yeah, we know that a lot of environmental criminal cases in Indonesia, so we have to make the new concept of restorative justice for handling that issue, right? So, okay, thank you for the presentation. Now we move to Q&A session. Is there any question? Yes, Mr.
Okay, I would like to ask about the concept of restorative justice, because if I'm not mistaken, restorative justice is starts from the absence of the state between the victim and the offender. However, in environmental crimes, the environmental itself is a subject, not an object, and it requires a psychological aspect. How do you correlate the restorative justice in environmental crimes? Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, the answer.
Thank you for the question. And as we know that environmental is not a subject, but there is a prosecutor that can replacement of the needs of the environmental itself. This is our concept that the restorative justice as a breakthrough about the criminal justice system. As we know about Mr. Andri Gunawan says that most of all the punishment, the sentence is not can replace of the environmental itself. I think it's a concept, but if we know it about this is like a breakthrough about a new solution like that. Thank you.
Thank you for the answer.
Can I add something?
Okay.
Okay, because that's the biggest question when I conduct research about this topic, about restorative justice, about environmental, but it is about climate change. And I would like to suggest both of you, if you would like to continue this research, you can use a functional equivalent approach to make your paper better.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for your advice, sir.
Okay, thank you. Maybe, is there any questions? Last questions? No? Okay, thank you so much for the presentation, Ms. Endang and Mr. Ludi.
Thank you.
Please give applause to them. Okay, now we move to the next presenter. Mr. Aryasta Wibisono Anditya. Yeah. Mr. Aryasta, the time is yours.
Good afternoon, participants. I would like to extend my gratitude to the committee and also all of you in this room and as well in the other rooms. My name is Aryasta. I would like to, okay. I just checked my PowerPoints just a minute ago and I think it's damaged and it's corrupted. Not only the governance, okay. My PowerPoint is corrupted, I don't know. If any condition we cannot show the PowerPoint, it's okay. I will I will deliver my presentations concisely and short in time. Okay, I would like to deliver about green financial crime. Okay, maybe it's not, what is it? Green financial crimes, it's not about color. It's about environment, okay? So, financial means like a multinational company has a project to a huge amount of money and the amount of money is not invested in the right amount or in the right place. Okay, please do not go to the next slide because the next slide is corrupted. Okay, operator, please keep that in mind. Just this slide only. I will talk concisely and shortly, okay? For example, there is a carbon credit scheme in Australia. You buy one credits and you have, you can go discharging an emission of carbon dioxide. You are permitted to emit carbon dioxide for one carbon credit. You can buy one carbon credit and you get permission to do some equality in carbon dioxide gas and you can go everywhere with that gas, okay? People invest money, a huge amount of money in that project. And what does the company say? They give the public not a real number. So there are no transparency in the number because there are no integrity in the company. Okay, that means green financial crimes is talk about integrity. Okay, and then the reality when government or a company has a project or have projects on environmental, people or the company itself or the government itself tend to wanting more, what is it? More benefits, and they doing anything to get the benefits, okay? That is serious integrity issues. Administratively, okay. Green financial crimes are said come from multinational companies or smaller companies who deliberately or carelessly discharge waste and causes environmental harm. Okay, that's not always the meaning of green financial crimes. It can be also come from us, from you all, if you waste or you litter something and not putting in the right place and causing pollution, you are just doing green financial crimes that cause government to putting back the damage and cost a huge amount of money to get something corrected back, okay? But however, it's not always like the company itself. It's not about the company itself. It's about the government, ourselves, people like that, okay? The state financial loss caused from the multinational company or us, caused by us, from this kind of green crime. Also, we have to keep that in mind that green crimes or green financial crimes or whatever you constructed it comes from social aspect, economical aspect, and customary aspect. Okay, let's say once I went to Baduy village and there were no any waste. There were no anything that's smelly, okay? That was a clean environment. And United Nations has declared that clean environment is a human rights. So, if you are putting or littering, putting waste on the incorrect place, yeah, you just did green crimes, okay? Once again, I emphasize that what we do, practically, we have to stop this crime from us, okay? Do not litter, do not throw waste to the incorrect place, and please reproduce the waste to make something useful, like food or something, okay? It comes from social aspect. We are social. Every single thing we made is socially constructed. Economics aspect. The greater income, we want it, okay? The greater the investment, people want it, and people will do anything to get it. That makes us greedy maybe, but that's a concept. Customary aspect, indigenous people. Indigenous people customs sometimes apply local wisdom. Okay, some of you maybe comes from Javanese and Bataknese or something indigenous in your place. When you came back to your, what is it? Your mother village, I don't know how to say that, but yeah, customary share something good. If you do local wisdoms, you may be practicing to fight against green financial crimes because everything is clean in the village where remotely administered by Baduy. I took the sample from Baduy village because the Baduy village is so clean and they maintain it from 100 years ago until now. That's a good way to fight green financial crimes. I have to talk concisely. I don't want to share a data to you because you can read it in the news. I just only want to share about the concept, how to fight green financial crimes. Because we can do it now. We cannot talk about regulation, etc. We can fight against green financial crimes by now. Okay, you have you drank your water from your bottle, and please put it in the right way. Do not throw it in the incorrect place or something other else place. That is, I can say that is fight against green financial crimes. Okay, just a minute ago, we talked about restorative justice, and yes, we have a limited route to restorative justice. That's why I always emphasize that green financial crimes or green crimes can be fought together by doing something in your own, okay? Like do not litter anything. We are bound to the stiff regulations. How about we sometimes have to adopt common law? Like the regulation says like this, the regulation says like that. How about the people in here wants like this, and we
Last minute.
and we bound to the what people said, not about only or always about the regulations. It's hard to us because we are in the European continental law system, so we have to adapt slowly. Finally, sometimes when we talk about green financial crimes, we talk about government, economics, and the company itself who runs the project. Okay, someone hands you a huge amount of money on a green project, and people hear what you did. People always want what they want. Like people have ill intention with your project, so they bad purpose to you, and they also want the benefit from your project without the correct way. Now, what is the possible solutions to this? Yeah, we can start from us, but in the scope of law, economic, and governance, we have to do more discourse like this, and we have to do the discourse in the specific area, and we have to cooperate one another. Thank you.
Okay, the time is up. Mr. Ariesta, thank you so much for the presentation. I think I have to agree with you because it's really hard to talk about integrity if we talk about money, right?
Yes.
But the point is we have to fight the green criminal crime by ourselves.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, approximately 5 minutes for Q&A session. So maybe is there any question from you guys? Yeah.
Test. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity. My name is Ray Haris. I from Erlangga University. Thank you for your presentation. This is very interesting, and yeah, it is very current issues. If we talk about climate justice and about sustainable development, we must maintain the supervision in order to protecting the environment from any criminal case. And my question is, if we talk about the green financial crime, I was wondering what does the greenwashing could be count as green financial crimes too? Because I think if we see it from customer protection law, greenwashing could be said to breach customer demand and expectations about eco-friendly product or service. And I want to know how's your opinion about this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. May you repeat your last sentence of your question, please?
Yes, how's your opinion about this issue?
Issue about how to adapt with eco-friendly, something like that? Or
Yes, and it's related with greenwashing.
Greenwash. Okay, thank you for your question. I will try my best to answer your question. In my knowledge, recently I talked with my students, and they gave me insight about eco-friendly something, eco-friendly technology, eco-friendly food, eco-friendly drink, eco-friendly something like that. And I realize by now that those are important things, okay? We have to share the eco-friendly knowledge to other people because what? There are so many possible waste in this place. If we can use it to make a product, to make a something beneficial to other, you just decrease the emission to create the greenhouse. To create the greenhouse. So the effect, the impact of the greenhouse is you still, it still rains today. By the schedule, it's not a rainy season, but however, it rains. Okay, the dynamic global change in climate is caused by the production of the waste that emits carbon dioxide, methane, or something, greenhouse gases, other greenhouse gases, okay? So I would say I agree to the, globally concerned eco-friendly things, like eco-friendly bag, eco-friendly bottle that you can eat the bottle. The bottle can, the bottle can save the water, the bottle with water, after you drink the water, you can eat the bottle. Or any kind like that. Because the more you make waste, the more you have to discharge the waste, dilute it into another things and make it, people says like the waste is just the waste. There are nothing meaningful about that. We have to change that mindset. We have to, the waste is meaningful to us, okay? Do not throw that. We can produce to another form of waste. Like paper, we can make a paper not from the trees anymore, because when we are cutting trees, we just letting the carbon dioxide free, and that makes the greenhouse gas thicker. And you can, there will be hell in the earth, okay? Okay.
I'm sorry,
Okay, I will conclude my, okay? I would agree much with you, because we have to discuss more about eco-friendly things. That's it. Hope it helps. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for Mr. Arista Wibisono Anditya. Yeah, thank you so much. What
You're welcome.
amazing
Thank you,
presentation.
everyone.
Give applause to him. Now we move to the next presenter, the last but not least, Mr. Muhammad Iqbal Baikuni and Rahadian Fajar Haris. Mr. Muhammad Iqbal Baikuni. Yeah. Mr. Muhammad Iqbal Baikuni and Mr. Rahadian Fajar Haris, the time is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity. We will to presenting our research now. Like semper debit remedium, the law always requires a remedy. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Before we presenting our research, we would like to thank the ICOLEG committee for giving us the opportunity to attend today's conference. Let me introduce our teams. My name is Ray Haris. I'm from Erlangga University, and is my partner,
from UNES.
Today, we talk about our research, which is potential carbon offset as an integrative ecocide prevention instrument with climate change mitigation. Next slide. If we talk about the environment today, the issue of climate change becomes an urgent one that can be separated. Climate change caused by many anthropogenic factors. One of them is global average temperature heating due to forest degradation through forest burning. And in this case, carbon emission also increased too. Even though the international consensus had to reduce carbon emission in order to avoid global temperature heating through the Paris Agreement. However, the existence of ecocide in the form of forest fires is an obstacle to the achievement of the agreement. Ecocide also contributes to very high carbon emission and also destroy people's living space. Therefore, future policies are needed to apply the Paris Agreement in the national legal regime. Indonesia itself implements it in the NDC and climate law regarding the environment protection and also management, and we now have environmental market aspect too. And next slide. From this analysis, we had two research questions. First, regarding legal positions of the latest legislation, we can talk about how the current legislation tackling ecocide and the effect of climate change. And the second is concern carbon offset scheme itself. How does the scheme prevents the ecocide? Next slide. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to know, since the ecocide was used as a term in environmental criminal law, we can refer to the 1972 Stockholm Conference, which then provides three elements of how an activity is said to be an ecocide. And the first aspect is about the impact, serious, extensive, and irreversible ecological damage. And the second is international consequence, and third is waste itself. Belum. Slide, previous slide. Previous slide. So, that ecocide can be said as a grave crime based on its destructive power, literally killing one life space. So, how do our laws handle this? We have the main foundation in our constitution about the guarantee of the environmental rights, and it is confirmed to the 1999 Human Rights Act, and also in the Environmental Protection and Management Law 2009. And about the prohibition of burning forests, we could see in the 2004 Plantation Law and also 1999 Forestry Law. Next slide. So, does the existing regulation enough to prevent ecocide? Apparently not enough. The problems and obstacles are the construction of ecocide norms, which constitute strict liability. And in this case, the perpetrator's intention becomes the main aspect used in the construction of ecocide norms. Although ecocide is an impact-based crime, not intention, then all existing regulations are repressive regulations, have not reached the preventive stage, and in addition, it has not yet been integrated with climate change mitigation or prevention of increased carbon emissions. Next. Now, the Paris Agreement represents a new era for global environmental restoration. Preventive policies are emphasized more than the use of punishment. Ecocide and climate change can be tackled by what environmentalists and ecologists today call modern environmental restoration by involving the emitting industries. Market mechanisms are used too as an instrument to change the industrial behavior in compliance with ecocide prevention. Next slide. And this chapter will be presenting by my partner.
Okay, next we now had the okay, we entering to the national legislation in Indonesia has the presidential regulation number 98 of 2021 to use side the purpose and ECA. The purpose and ECA make the regulation the carbon offset. This make the first mover of market-based climate change mitigation on global level. Then that's carbon offset scheme mechanism itself. Basically, a form of offsetting carbon losses production by industry by balancing climate impact with emission compensation produced. In this case, extractive industry player are encouraged to participate in environment restoration as a new paradigm in realizing sustainable business. Next. And the carbon offset scheme have two schema or mechanism. The first is the compliance offsetting, then the second is voluntary offsetting. The compliance offsetting is talking about the carbon trading that's focused on efficiency and cutting the carbon, and match the developed country to TOT or transfer of technology to the developing country. And this mechanism from the result of the Kyoto Protocol in 1997, and mechanism based on the Clean Development Mechanism and Joint Implementation, or CDM and GI. And the second is a voluntary offsetting. The voluntary offsetting, this schema purchased by organization or individual who want to offset their emission for other reason than external coherent. Next. This is a This is a difference between compliance and voluntary mechanism. And the compliance mechanism has own regulated by Kyoto Protocol, by CDM, NGI, and the voluntary created by organization or NGO since mid 90s, and offsetting compliance mostly in China and India. In voluntary, various another 5 continent like the Asia, Africa, North America, and Latin. Then most used in Asia, in 70%, 70%, before North America 35%. Okay, next slide. Next slide. Okay, in Indonesia, has own carbon offsetting implementation. In Indonesia, call it the Nusantara Carbon Scheme based on the Perpres NEK, and then the Nusantara Carbon Schema as well as likely like the compliance voluntary, and then this scheme on the certificate carbon, call the Indonesia Certificate Emission Reduction, or ICR. Next. This is a mechanism of the Nusantara Carbon Scheme, and Nusantara Carbon Scheme based on the Article 52 Perpres NEK justify the compliance agreement or for emitting industry of to offset based on the NEK presidential regulation. The implementation of the ICR mechanism in the presidential purpose, it begins with the person in charge or action implementary making plan and preparing mitigation action design document of the RIM. The RIM is structured according to predefined format. The draft action is the validated
last
by
minute.
Last minute. Okay, next to conclusion. A number of law and regulation have exist to provide legal protection and prevention of ecocide. However, the existing rules still stumble with the strict liability system that blunt the effective the penalty themselves, and the carbon offset could be alternative prevention law on the presidential regulation number 45 of 2021 is an alternative policy is preventing ecocide in Indonesia. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the presentation, Mr. Muhammad Iqbal Baikuni and Rahadian Fajar Haris. Yeah, now we have approximately 5 minutes for Q&A session. So, is there any questions for them? Yeah, Mr.?
Thank you. My question for your presentation is, does Indonesia policy approach to the climate change, because you mentioned about climate change, is ambitious enough to support your paper? Because to my knowledge, Indonesia policy approach is still business as usual, and most countries in Southeast Asia still do business as usual approach to climate change approach. Compare, because you mentioned about China, China is use a carbon intensified policy approach, or we can compare to developed countries such as the Netherlands. They use absolute basin approach. Do you think need climate change litigation in the future to support your research? Because in the Netherlands itself, I could mention two cases. It's about climate change, but they base their claim on human rights. For the first one is Urgenda, and the second one is Royal Dutch Shell. Thank you.
Okay, please.
Thank you for the questions. I will try my best to answer this question. And in our knowledge, Indonesian carbon policy is very, very new in our national legal regime. And if, as we know, the first carbon mechanism we had in like carbon tax, we had in UU HPP, which disahkan in 2022, and also the carbon trading in the UU HPP, which we had in 2022 also, or 23 also. And of course, as an environmental law enthusiast, we all have a great hope to how the governments could implement the proper policy about the carbon trading or carbon tax on any environmental and climate mitigation policy. But yeah, until now we have no information about how the government could make the better policy could be compared with another country like China, like Netherlands. Yes, we could say if our country is left behind in the climate change mitigation, if our government had a little commitment. But if we see the national news, we always see that government always had green programs like green bonds, like green investment, and any other problems. It has no any implementation. But in this case, we had a big hope through the carbon offset, which is in our laws called by pengimbangan emisi gas rumah kaca.
Last minute.
It is very, very good in the idea, but we must to support this policy. Okay, this enough for us.
Okay, thank you. The time is up. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Muhammad Iqbal Baikuni and Mr. Rahadian Fajar Haris. Please give applause to them. Now we move to the last presenter for Muhammad Fatullah. But now the deliver with Iwet Mulyani. Miss Iwet Mulyani? She's not here? No? Okay. If Miss Iwet Mulyani is not here, then ladies and gentlemen, we are now at the very last moment of the presentation and discussion session for today. Before I end this session, I would like to thank all of the participants who already delivered their presentation. And also I would like to apologize if there are any mistake from me personally. After this session, please come back to the main room to join the next keynote speech from Dr. Konstantinos Yellow-Reitz after coffee break. So thank you for your participation and have a good day.
Welcome to Law Faculty of Diponegoro University. We have two campus sites to study with 4 buildings at Tembalang and 3 buildings at Peleburan.
Jadi menurut saya Semarang tuh kota yang sangat cocok dijadikan tempat untuk belajar mahasiswa karena nggak terlalu banyak distraction di kota Semarang.
Selain itu dalam segi pembelajaran pun para dosen-dosen juga men-trigger kami untuk bisa menjadi long life learner dan juga fast learner.
Dosen yang benar-benar saya suka dalam memberikan pelajaran karena mereka langsung memberikan kita kayak study case.
The learning process were supported by competent lecturers.
Kita tidak bisa mikir mahasiswa itu dalam arti orang yang sama sekali tidak punya pengetahuan apa-apa. Justru dari mereka itu pengetahuan itu harus digali dan itu harus didiskusikan. Dan saya coba praktekkan sekarang dan terutama untuk kelas-kelas saya atau bimbingan-bimbingan saya dan ternyata itu berhasil.
Banyak di leading kasus lah, kasus-kasus yang diberikan ke mahasiswa itu aja. Ya banyak, sehingga mahasiswa jadi terbiasa berpikir gitu.
Di dalam Fakultas Hukum Universitas Diponegoro, dosen itu memang harus sangat komplit kriterianya. Antaranya adalah benar-benar mengaktualisasi apa yang namanya tridharma perguruan tinggi, di mana dosen itu tidak akan melakukan pengajaran saja di dalam kelas, tetapi dosen juga memang harus melakukan penelitian, sekaligus juga melakukan pengabdian kepada masyarakat.
Books, journal, and all high-quality materials of legal studies can be accessed at our library. Diponegoro University maintains a valuable partnership with high-quality international universities across the globe. Furthermore, studium general from partner universities were conducted to motivate, transfer knowledge, and building critical learning environment for the student to have opportunities and brighter future accordingly.
Kalau aku sih yang program yang paling aku tunggu di FH Undip, apalagi di IUP itu student exchange-nya, pertukaran pelajarnya yang akan dilaksanakan semester 4. Jadi kita akan melaksanakan student exchange itu selama 6 bulan atau 1 semester di antara Belanda, Australia atau Malaysia.
I really like the faculty of law at Undip. I'm impressed with the size. You've got so many staff, so many students. So it allows you to do many more things. With a big faculty like this, you have many more specializations. So I think that's a great benefit for your students.
I'm very surprised. The facilities are very good. I think this faculty developed very fast and in a very conducive manner because I think the new building and also the present building can cater the high number of students every intake. And I think Diponegoro can excel in future with this kind of facility.
Our standard of education is always at the highest level.
Fakultas Hukum Undip selalu meraih akreditasi A. Itu semua bisa diraih karena kerjasama tim, dukungan dari para pimpinan institusi, khususnya di fakultas, mulai dari dekan, para wadek, para kasubag, KTU, kasubag, kemudian para dosen, tendik dan mahasiswa.
Undip sendiri sangat mensupport berbagai macam platform sampai menyediakan single sign-on system gitu. Jadi kami setiap dosen di sini gitu diberikan fasilitas berupa alamat email yang masing-masing diberikan namanya masing-masing sehingga setiap mahasiswa yang akan berkomunikasi tidak harus berkomunikasi secara tatap muka. Bisa juga mahasiswa tersebut melakukan komunikasi secara online gitu.
Sebagai cara kita mendukungnya itu adalah kita mempersiapkan baik secara akademis, mutu mahasiswa, mutu dosen, juga secara non-akademis, yaitu mempersiapkan sarana-prasarana atau fasilitas yang digunakan untuk mendukung kegiatan akademis. Misalnya kita punya ruang kuliah yang berstandar internasional, insya Allah Kemudian kita juga punya berbagai fasilitas lain seperti hall untuk kegiatan mahasiswa, untuk kemudian mengadakan seminar-seminar nasional maupun internasional. Kita juga punya lab yang digunakan untuk khususnya mata kuliah kemahiran litigasi dan juga untuk latihan untuk menghadapi berbagai kompetisi peradilan semu. Kemudian kita juga punya berbagai meeting point yang tersebar di seantero FH yang bisa digunakan mahasiswa untuk berkumpul kalau mereka ingin berdiskusi atau untuk mungkin untuk mempersiapkan mereka dalam menghadapi lomba-lomba baik sifatnya internasional maupun nasional ya.
Diponegoro University is the right place to study law, with various major of law studies to be chosen, from bachelor degree to doctoral degree. And lecture is not the only college life. Students have various choices to express themselves and also improve non-academic ability.
UKMF itu hadir sebagai tempat mahasiswa untuk mengaktualisasikan dirinya, untuk mencari hal-hal yang mungkin saja tidak didapatkan di kelas. Selama aku di SDG, aku sudah berkompetisi di 2 kompetisi. Yang pertama itu di tahun 2018 saya mengikuti kompetisi 30 second kantor Praha, itu di Praha Ceko. Itu di situ dapat prestasinya cukup membanggakan, itu 3 gold medal sama 2 special award.
Aku di Theodorus Prague di Departemen MCD sudah ikut lomba peradilan semu internasional 2 kali, satunya Asia Cup dan satunya lagi lomba JESAP. Kalau untuk saya juga sudah pernah ikut 2 kali lomba nasional Mukar Competition. Yang pertama itu Piala TRD 5 di Universitas Udayana dan NMCC Pringgo Dikdo yang ke-7 di Surabaya. Selain lomba juga pernah menjadi panitia Sudarto tahun kemarin.
Organisasi itu sendiri merupakan organisasi yang membangun kemampuan mahasiswa di bidang keilmuan hukum dan juga pengembangan diri, yang banyak acara-acaranya ada acara nasional dan juga acara internasional yang kita member ALSA-LC Undip bisa ikut dan bisa bergabung dan juga bertemu dengan teman-teman kita di perguruan tinggi negeri lainnya.
Law faculty of Undip has graduated a lot of high-quality students.
Sarjana Hukum Fakultas Hukum Undip dikenal sebagai sosok pekerja keras yang tahan banting, menjunjung tinggi nilai-nilai integritas, dan menghormati keberagaman. Mahasiswa Fakultas Hukum Undip, Indonesia menanti baktimu, belajar tidak hanya dari ruang kelas, tetapi juga dari masyarakat sekitar, dari teman-teman yang datang dari segala penjuru tanah air.
Saya berharap para alumni ini akan menjadikan nilai-nilai itu sebagai lentera hidup mereka di dalam mereka mengarungi bahtera kehidupan. Lalu kemudian kalau soal melting pot tadi, ketika kita berbaur secara harmoni dengan budaya-budaya yang lain di seluruh Nusantara itu juga akan menjadi semacam referensi untuk mereka bisa memahami bagaimana kehidupan ini sungguh beragam.
Kita mempunyai kekayaan namanya budaya akademis, kultur akademis, bukan pembenaran. Kita tidak mau pembenaran. Pembenaran itu partai politik. Kita bukan politik partai, tapi kita lembaga ilmiah.
Diponegoro University support linear postgraduate degree in law studies, such as Master of Legal Studies.
Kurikulum yang ada di MH itu terbagi menjadi 4 konsentrasi sebetulnya. Ada pembaruan hukum pidana, hukum ekonomi dan bisnis, kemudian hukum kenegaraan dan hukum internasional. Di mana masing-masing konsentrasi itu sudah mempunyai dosen yang sesuai kepakarannya.
Makanya kami mengambil inisiatif untuk memberikan pelatihan pada mahasiswa supaya mereka punya bekal bagaimana cara menulis di berbagai jurnal, syukur-syukur bisa tembus di jurnal internasional dan Scopus.
Undip ini memang dikenal juga punya program-program yang sangat baik dalam menunjang perkuliahan di mahasiswa-mahasiswanya. Seperti kita ketahui ada program namanya workshop penulisan jurnal seperti itu. ada juga rumah jurnal. Nah, ini rumah jurnal ini yang sangat bagus dalam mengasistensi mahasiswa ketika memiliki kesulitan atau memiliki problem terkait dengan penulisan jurnal.
Furthermore, Master of Notarial Law also a valuable degree to be chosen at Diponegoro University.
Kita dukung penuh untuk ke arah pendidikan yang lebih praktikal dengan adanya laboratorium akta dan laboratorium mengenai operasional kantor notaris PPAT. Dan itu kerjasama dengan alumni yang kebetulan juga merupakan bagian dari pengurus wilayah Ikatan Notaris dan PPAT di wilayah Jawa Tengah. Nah, di laboratorium itu diajarkan mengenai bagaimana operasional kantor notaris PPAT dari awal sampai akhir, termasuk di dalamnya adalah dokumen-dokumen yang harus ada di kantor notaris PPAT itu, dan itu diajarkan oleh 3 orang notaris PPAT yang sudah berpengalaman.
Doctoral programs of legal studies at Diponegoro University is one of the best in Indonesia.
Jadi kita membuka 2 jalur, yang pertama tadi melalui sistem perkuliahan, yang kedua adalah dengan riset, dan bahkan sekarang riset secara murni tanpa ada kuliah.
Fakultas Hukum Undip ini adalah salah satu fakultas hukum yang terkemuka di Indonesia. Kiprahnya di tingkat nasional itu ditandai oleh banyaknya pemikir-pemikir yang berkontribusi di dalam berhukum.
Di sidang ujian ya, doktor itu mahasiswa diuji ya, selama kurang lebih 2 jam untuk mempresentasikan isi dari disertasinya dan juga untuk mempertahankan ya dari katakanlah sebuah pertanyaan-pertanyaan dari para penguji.
Fakultas hukum kita ini ya, walaupun diganti beberapa generasi, saya kira arahnya sudah jelas bahwa kita ingin menciptakan SDM hukum untuk dapat menegakkan nilai-nilai hukum di dalamnya.
Sinergi antara Universitas dan Fakultas Hukum Universitas Diponegoro sudah berjalan dengan kuat, tetapi dengan kemandirian yang ada, Fakultas Hukum Universitas Diponegoro tidak hanya menapakkan sayapnya di tingkat nasional, tetapi di tingkat global. Apalagi sekarang sudah dibuka adanya International Undergraduate Program yang merupakan langkah-langkah awal dan langkah-langkah yang lebih maju dalam menuju kualitas global dari Fakultas Hukum Universitas Diponegoro.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saat ini Fakultas Hukum semakin luar biasa. Ini terlihat dari prestasi mahasiswa dan sarana prasarana yang ada. Kami senantiasa memberikan pelayanan yang terbaik untuk seluruh mahasiswa, baik S1, S2 maupun S3. Kami juga berusaha memberikan fasilitas kepada seluruh dosen dan tenaga kependidikan untuk mengembangkan kompetensinya. Ini semua dalam rangka untuk mewujudkan Fakultas Hukum mencetak kader bangsa yang semakin berkualitas dan berintegritas menuju world class university. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second plenary session for ICOLEG 2023. If I may direct your attention to the screen, we have the speakers for the second plenary session today. Today's discussion would be moderated by Mr. Pulung Widi Harihananto, SH, MH, LLM. Mr. Pulung is an expert in international law, especially in the law of the sea, and he is also a former legal specialist at United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization in Paris. Mr. Pulung attained his bachelor degree on law from Universitas Diponegoro and finished his master's degree in the National University of Singapore and National University of Malaysia. To Mr. Pulung Widi Harihananto, SH, MH, LLM, the time and place is yours.
Check. Check. Okay. Am I audible? Of course, yeah. Well, thank you, Evrema, as a host for such very lovely introductions. And now I begin with the greetings and the salutation first. The first is about the excellencies from the Dean of the Faculty of Law, Universitas Diponegoro. And then respectable the Vice Deans of the Faculty of Law, Universitas Diponegoro. The honorable speakers, distinguished guests, scholars, lecturers, researchers, students, ladies and gentlemen, members of the conference. It is with a great honor. My name is Pulung Widi Harihananto, and this is my honor and privilege as well to be conducting as a moderator for this second plenary sessions. First of all, I would like to invite you to welcome you again in our second plenary sessions in the first day of the ICOLEG 2023. We know that ICOLEG stands for International Conference of the Law, Economic, and Governance, which is like these occasions or this prestigious conference is organized and also held by our faculty, Universitas Diponegoro, as commitment to be the world-class university. Well, in this plenary session, I'm very delighted to inform you that among us, we have outstanding speakers that maybe join with us to talk or maybe to address some benefit issue in regarding about the progressive law in the midst of the climate change instead of climate justice. Now, allow me to invite all the keynote speakers to join me on the stage. The first keynote speaker is Dr. Konstantinos Yolarides, LLB LLM from the Faculty of Law, Macquarie University, Australia. For Prof. Konstantinos, please join with us. Back to the stage. Good day, doctor. How are you? Okay. Thank you for joining us today. And the second speaker is Professor Petra Mineropt, LLB LLM from the Faculty of Law, Durham University, United Kingdom. And for this occasion, she will have joined via Zoom. So maybe approximately she will appear at the 4 p.m. Mostly is nearby by the duration time that she will be delivered the presentations. So now please kind of wait for the Prof. Petra Mineropt to join with us for today in this conference. Okay, before we start the presentation, let us see the curriculum vitae from our distinguished keynote speakers. And please, to all have the participants, please pay attention on the screens. We will together to see about the CV or the speaker in the following video. Yes, please. Well, I think that we must be agree together in here that I think that is very remarkable of the curriculum vitae, and also as well about we can say that this is about the great milestones for the career as about the academia. Well, now let's start the function. We start about the presentation for the second session for today. So for the honorable speaker, I would like to briefing in technically that actually due to the limit of the time, each speaker will have approximately to speaking or to deliver 30 minutes and followed by the discussion session. Yeah, after the all have speaker is done by deliver about the presentations. Our first speaker today, Dr. Konstantinos, will deliver speech in addressing about the topic about the ocean acidification and international law. I know that this is not unfamiliar, but with Dr. Konstantinos, actually it will be more familiar. So now, without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, member of the conference, please welcome Dr. Yolardes. You may take the floors.
Oh, thank you very much, Pulung, for the wonderful and very generous introduction. Hello, everyone. How are you? It's been a long day for everyone. You must be tired. Now, and I have a very difficult topic to present, so I hope to take it easy on you. I'll do my best. So let me begin, first of all, to thank the organizers for the opportunity. It's a great honor and pleasure to be in Semarang, Indonesia. You must agree with me, it has been a fantastic setting. This conference has so far been very impressive and informative. Now, in my presentation, as the title suggests, I will try to address the issue of ocean acidification. Now, I know many of you have studied chemistry back in high school, and this is essentially a topic that relates to chemistry. It's a scientific issue, but it has some very significant legal dimensions as well. So in my presentation, I will first try to define what is ocean acidification. I will then explain how international law applies to ocean acidification. I will place it within the context of sustainable development. And finally, towards the end, I will explore the potential role of international courts and tribunals, such as the International Court of Justice, such as the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea, in responding and addressing issues concerning ocean acidification. Now, let me begin with the first question. What is, so this is the overview of my presentation. I've covered this already. Next slide, please. So what is ocean acidification? As you know, when we burn fossil fuels, we produce greenhouse gas emissions, including CO2, that is carbon dioxide. And you might wonder, where does it go when we produce CO2? Well, some of it stays in the atmosphere, in the air. Some of it is absorbed by the forests, and you have some amazing forests here in Indonesia, so that's good. But a big chunk of it is absorbed by the oceans, by the sea. So the oceans act kind of a sponge. They take carbon from the atmosphere, and thus they help to control global climate. So the function of the oceans is actually more important than we could imagine. Now, that's something that scientists know very well. It's a natural phenomenon. However, there is a problem. There is a problem because in the last 200 years or so, the amount of CO2 that we produced has increased. And as a result, the amount of CO2 that the oceans absorb has also increased. And that has changed the chemistry of the oceans. It has made the oceans less capable of controlling climate. And it has caused some severe consequences on maritime ecosystems. Now, next slide, please. Now, ocean acidification has a potentially significant impact on various maritime ecosystems. For example, living organisms such as shellfish or reefs suffer because of ocean acidification. The amount of CO2 that is introduced into the oceans make reefs less capable of supporting living organisms such as fish and shellfish, which means that there is a potentially domino effect, like various ramifications on other ecosystems and on people who depend on fishing and other maritime activities for their survival, their sustenance, their livelihoods. Now, just as an example, my university is based in Australia. Some of you may be familiar with Australia's Great Barrier Reef. Now, the Great Barrier Reef has had a 14% reduction due to ocean acidification. So that's a big impact, and that's only within 20 years or so. We're not talking about 200 years, we're talking about 20 years. Globally, coral reefs support 25% of fisheries. So can you imagine if you lose the reefs, you lose 25% of fishing. What would happen? Next slide, please. Now, we know that ocean acidification as a phenomenon has various significant impacts on ecosystems, on human, their sustenance, their livelihoods, and all of that. Do you know how many people around the world depend on ocean activities for their survival? 3 billion people. And I know from discussions I've had with colleagues in the Faculty of Law, Diponegoro University, that also in Indonesia, a big proportion of the population depends on fishing for their survival. So one thing brings the other. Now, the United Nations has recognized that ocean acidification is not an issue that affects one country or two countries. It's an issue that affects all the countries of the world. It's an issue of shared concern. It's an issue that we should all be concerned about. And that's why they have included ocean acidification within the Sustainable Development Goals. Have you ever heard of Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs? Now, these goals were adopted by the United Nations in 2015. And it's an effort to address issues that affect all nations of the world. Now, Goal 14 of the SDGs addresses the protection of the marine environment. And within this framework, Goal 14.3 addresses specifically ocean acidification. So the United Nations has urged states to minimize the impact of ocean acidification. And how do they do that? By cooperating with each other, by developing scientific and legal mechanisms to understand and address issues relating to ocean acidification. Now, within the United Nations and within the Sustainable Development Framework, there is one body, the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission of UNESCO. UNESCO is within the framework of Sustainable Development Goals, and this body is responsible for measuring, it has developed a tool for measuring ocean acidification. So what you need to know at this point is that we all recognize that this is a big problem. We have an agency, an organization, which has developed a tool to measure ocean acidification, but what we don't have is a target. What should be the limit of ocean acidification that is acceptable to states? So we don't have a specific target to address ocean acidification. And this is something I will explain later on in my presentation. So next slide, please. Now, what international law says about this? Because the majority of you are lawyers, so I think it makes sense to have a look at what the law says about this very important problem. As a legal issue, apart from being a scientific issue, ocean acidification is subject to what some scholars have defined as a regime complex. Now, what it means, a regime complex? It means that various legal regimes overlap, each of them addressing or potentially addressing some aspect of ocean acidification, but none of them speaks to each other directly. So each of those regimes relates to ocean acidification, but the ability of each regime to resolve the problem depends on the effective application of the other regime. That's why we call it a regime complex. Now, this is a huge challenge at the international law level, especially because this is a new problem. We didn't know about this problem 100 years ago. So the challenge is to use old instruments that were negotiated and adopted 30, 40, 50 years ago to address a problem of the present. Now, I only have, I believe, 20 minutes. I will not address this challenge within this presentation. What I will do is I'll just outline what two of those regimes have to say about ocean acidification. I will talk a little bit about the challenges, the role of international courts and tribunals, and then perhaps you can tell me what you think the solution should be to this. So let's begin with the first regime that will be the focus of my presentation, which is the protection of the atmosphere. Okay? Now, next slide. Right? Now, the atmosphere. A fundamental instrument for the protection of the atmosphere is, as you know very well, and I've heard some of the presentations earlier today, is the 1992 United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, also known as UNFCCC. Now, this convention, the main purpose of this convention is to stabilize greenhouse gas concentrations in the atmosphere to prevent dangerous interference with the climate system. Now, oceans are part of the climate system. oceans are very important as they regulate global climate, but this convention doesn't say anything about the oceans. This convention was not adopted with the oceans in mind. This convention focuses on the atmosphere. Now, under this convention, we have this framework convention, we have other treaties, such as the Kyoto Protocol, 1997. Under the protocol, parties can use greenhouse gases to meet their emission commitments. However, the Kyoto Protocol does not set specific targets for CO2, which is the primary cause of ocean acidification. Now, recently, the UNFCCC has recognized that, you know what, the oceans are very important for our climate. What can we do about it? And they said that, okay, we're going to take that into account in future conference of parties. Conference of parties, as you know, is one of the mechanisms of implementation of this convention. In 2019, that is 4 years ago, the Conference of Parties focused on that. They want to bring them into the discussion of the climate change regime. However, as far as I know, no decisions or concrete actions on oceans have been taken so far under the UNFCCC. Now, next slide, please. Now, the next regime, which is of relevance, is, of course, the ocean law regime, or the law of the sea. The fundamental legal instrument when it comes to the protection of the oceans is the 1982 United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, also known as UNCLOS. This is a legally binding instrument of universal application. Most of its provisions, especially those concerning the protection of the environment, are considered to be of customary international law nature, meaning they are binding both to parties and non-parties to the convention. I should say that this convention applies to all sorts of maritime activities, navigation, the exploration for and exploitation of natural resources, fishing, scientific research, and all of that. But it also applies to land-based activities, insofar as some land-based activities can affect the oceans. So let me give you an example. Imagine that you have a nuclear facility on land, and that nuclear facility releases nuclear wastewater into the oceans. Now, this is regulated under the Law of the Sea Convention. It's a land-based source of pollution. Similarly, this convention addresses sources of atmospheric pollution. It addresses sources of vessel pollution. So it's applicable both to maritime-based activities, but also to land-based activities, insofar as they cause an adverse impact, as insofar as they harm the marine environment. Now, what is the meaning of pollution? When I tell you this causes pollution, what is the meaning of pollution? Pollution is defined in the text of UNCLOS. And actually, it was the first ever, one of the first ever definitions of pollution, universally accepted definitions. Now, this is defined, pollution is defined as the introduction of substances or energy by humans into the marine environment which have deleterious effects on living resources and marine life. Now, what is the meaning of deleterious effects? Have you ever heard of these deleterious effects? Deleterious comes from the Greek word deleterio, which means poison. So essentially, pollution under UNCLOS is a human activity which introduces a substance into the environment which poisons marine life. Now, when I ask you, what do you think? Acidification is pollution? So many of you say yes. I would say yes. CO2 is a substance which is produced by humans. It's introduced into the marine environment, and it causes severe consequences to marine life. So some would say ocean acidification is a form of pollution which is prohibited under the UN Law of the Sea Convention, because this substance directly or indirectly affects ocean chemistry, as I explained earlier, which results in deleterious effects. However, the other side of the debate would say, well, when they negotiated and drafted this provision, they didn't have ocean acidification in mind. No one knew about ocean acidification when they decided to draft this provision, so how can this be applicable? It's a very old provision. We're talking about a new problem. How can the drafters of UNCLOS were able to predict something that was going to happen 50 years later? Now, UNCLOS, just to complete the discussion on the ocean law regime, has specific provisions, a heightened level of environmental protection obligations in relation to fragile ecosystems. Now, fragile ecosystems include coral reefs. So combine this with the meaning of pollution. Some of you might argue that ocean acidification is prohibited under UNCLOS, and it can in fact be regulated under UNCLOS. However, the convention does not include any targets for CO2 emissions. The convention actually has 500 articles, but it doesn't have even a single reference to climate change. So I invite you to read the whole text of UNCLOS. It's a big treaty. You will not find even a single provision addressing climate change directly. So remember what I said. The climate change regime doesn't have oceans in mind. The ocean regime doesn't have climate change in mind. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. Now, so as you may suspect, it has been suggested by many scholars that we have a gap. We have a gap, a legal gap in international law to address this significant, yet very much novel problem. Various legal regimes, as I explained earlier, apply to this issue, yet none of them tackles this issue directly. Some scholars have argued that this gap could be filled by climate change law. Some scholars have argued that no, this should be filled by oceans law. After all, reducing CO2 is the main target. CO2 is what causes ocean acidification. CO2 is the substance that causes this harm to the oceans. So they argue that we should strengthen both regimes, both the climate regime, both the ocean regime. Now, in strengthening these regimes, it has been suggested that we should adopt a specific target that would require states to reduce their CO2 emissions to address specifically ocean acidification. Now, that would naturally support the Paris Agreement goal of reducing the global temperature. It would support global efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And would allow states, or it would invite states, to introduce nationally determined contributions to meet targets specifically relating to ocean acidification. Now, this is not an easy solution. It's a very challenging solution. Establishing an acidification target poses significant scientific challenges because there are variations from country to country. There are variations from ecosystem to ecosystem. It's very difficult to measure ocean acidification accurately. It's very difficult to create a target and say, okay, if we meet this target, we will succeed in addressing ocean acidification. So it's easier said than done. Nevertheless, some scholars again have argued that this is a very serious risk. We have to do something about it. In international environmental law, there is this principle known as the precautionary principle, meaning that even if science cannot give you clear answers, clear solutions, you should still take meaningful policy responses to address this issue, which is, of course, very significant. It has very significant impact to the marine environment. Next slide, please. Now, ocean acidification is one of the many issues posing significant challenges to the world's oceans and seas. And as I have explained earlier on, states have a shared interest and responsibility to address this issue. But because the law does not help, the law is quite unclear, it creates this gap that I have described. It has been suggested that maybe there is a role for international courts and tribunals. Maybe courts and tribunals can give us the necessary clarification and interpretation of the law to help us address this issue more meaningfully. There is a need to understand, first of all, the science of these issues. We have to understand how technology can help to better understand those issues, and we need the law to address those issues. So as I have said elsewhere, ocean acidification can only be addressed if we combine all three: technology, science, and law. It's one of those areas that everyone should talk to each other. Scientists should talk to lawyers, lawyers should talk to scientists, and then technology must be used to give us the best possible solutions. As we understand the technology, as we understand the science behind it, we may have to bring changes to the law. Now, changes can be by way of introducing a new law, a new policy, or it may be interpreting an old law and applying it in the modern context. This is why your role as academics, as students of international law, future policymakers, future judges, is very important, because you are the ones who will interpret this law and try to apply it in the modern context to protect the interests of your country, of present generations, and of future generations, the generations that will come. Now, one recent development that has gathered attention is the turn to international courts and tribunals to seek redress and clarifications on those issues. You may have heard about this. It was broadly covered by the media. Vanuatu, the small island Pacific state, has led an initiative to obtain an advisory opinion from the ICJ, the International Court of Justice, that is the principal judicial organ of the United Nations, on an issue that relates to climate change, the obligations of states regarding climate change. And this initiative has been supported by 132 states. And now the ICJ will invite the nations of the world to provide their opinions on these issues. What are the obligations of states under international law concerning climate change? This request by Vanuatu focuses specifically on the consequences arising in relation to states which are particularly vulnerable to climate change. Now, Indonesia is one of those particularly vulnerable nations, insofar as it has already experienced significant impacts because of climate change. I've heard in other presentations, and of course, by no means, I'm not an expert on the Indonesian context, but I've heard from other speakers that actually sea level rise has been a very important challenge for Indonesia. Also, ocean acidification, as it affects fishing and the populations that depend on fishing. So it will be very interesting to see what the ICJ will say about this and whether ocean acidification will be addressed by the ICJ. Particularly relevant to ocean acidification is another advisory opinion, this time by the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea. Now, there is a commission of small island states that has requested the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea to provide an advisory opinion on climate change in the oceans. Now, this is very important for our discussion today because it addresses specifically ocean acidification. So ICLOS has invited the nations of the world again to give their views on issues relating to ocean acidification. So far, more than 30 states have already submitted a written response to the proceedings, and all of those states, or at least the majority of those states, have invited ICLOS to adopt an evolutionary, a progressive approach in interpreting the law of the sea, which is, I think the topic of this conference is very relevant. It calls for a progressive approach to the interpretation of the law. Now, the law of the sea, and this perhaps is my concluding statement. I am a law of the sea scholar, and I believe that the law of the sea, even though it's one of the oldest branches of public international law, it's a very dynamic area of law. It can give us solutions to many problems that some of those problems existed from the beginning of time. Some of those problems are modern problems. And it is in this context that I believe that we should take what we have and adopt it in a progressive way, in an evolutionary way to address modern problems of shared concern. So we can use this old regime to address modern problems, to evaluate state actions, both domestically and internationally, against the standards they have already adopted. The law of the sea provides such standards, and potentially encourage them to build on those standards and introduce new initiatives, new policies to address the impacts of climate change in line with the general obligation to protect the marine environment. Now, one can hope that the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea will directly address obligations specifically in relation to ocean acidification in its advisory opinion. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm more than happy to take any questions you may have. Thank you.
Wow, give applause for Dr. Konstantinos Youlardes. Well, I think that it's very comprehensive of presentations, as well as Dr. Youlardes is already address the point that to talk about some the ocean acidification actually that we can presumably still have in lacuna corridors. Since that maybe if we have looking for in the spectrum of the international law, we can see that the ocean acidification itself, we can say that the ocean regime doesn't have regulate or govern about the pollutions. And we have to talk about the regime of the pollution. It also not address about the ocean regime as well. So that's why that in this context, we can also conclude as well, for second point, if we talk about the ocean acidification, we should have more important to understand, to keep in mind or bear in mind that actually the law of the sea is unique regime, sui generis, and also we also address the point about the thinking about the interaction between about the law as legal instruments, and then about the technology and also the science. Wow, thank you for such very lovely and also comprehensively presentation. Well, now we are going to our second speaker, Professor Petra Minorop, which is that Professor Petra will deliver in the Zoom meeting. And before that, maybe I want to say a salutation and greeting first. Hi, Prof. Petra, how are you? Am I audible? Oh, yeah, you see that. I have good morning from UK, but it's like good afternoon or good day from here. Okay.
To all of you. I think it's around 4 p.m. now for you. Is that correct?
Oh, yes, indeed. Actually, thank you for accepting our invitation, especially to be the one of like the keynote speaker in the high table forum in our conference. So now, Prof. Petra, actually I would like to give me a remind about the technical regarding about the presentations. So you have a 30 minutes more and less approximately to deliver about your presentations. And ladies and gentlemen, Prof. Petra will be speak with the entitled about the role of the international law on the climate change and also in climate justice. So now, Prof. Petra, the screen is yours. 30 minutes from now. Thank you.
I think so. It's 10:07 here, so 4:07 for you. Let me share my screen. Can you see my slides?
Yes, it's visible, Dr. Prof.
Hello?
Yeah, it's visible, Prof. Petra.
Can you see my slides?
Yeah, confirmed.
Oh, okay, perfect. Okay, perfect. Because I can't see or hear you, so that's always a bit of a hurdle in terms of communicating with the audience. Before I start, I would like to thank you for inviting me to give this keynote to this very important conference. I looked at the program and I listened to the previous speaker, and I'm really impressed at this extremely high-level coverage of various issues in the climate change context that you're covering here. And Pulung, many congratulations on organizing this conference. I know very well what this entails, and well done for getting all of this in place. And I would prefer to be there with you in person, of course, but it is a long way, and I really appreciate this opportunity to speak to you online, although I fully agree it's not as good as being there with you, and hopefully this opportunity will come in the future. Now, I've been asked to talk about progressive law in the midst of climate justice. That is a very wide topic, so there are different approaches possible under this wide theme. What I think I would like to do today is I would like to share some thoughts about a key mechanism of the Paris Agreement with you, and this is the global stocktake. Now, this is not something that the heading or the topic for this presentation gives away, but we will come to that. So be with me. I will tell you a story about what's crucial about the global stocktake. Now, the topic of the talk is NDC, so nationally determined contributions as qualified, prescribed unilateral acts in international law. To say that upfront, this category hasn't existed so far, but I think it is crucial to develop this new category of unilateral acts because it will support the legal argument that the outcome of the global stocktake needs to be taken into account when states submit their new nationally determined contributions. These are the 5 yearly pledges, at least 5 yearly. We will come to that as well in more detail. Pledges that states have to submit in which they define their national action and ambition under international law. Now, it is, in my view, absolutely crucial that we perceive this global stocktake mechanism as a mechanism that has legal leverage, that is even a legal lever, so to speak, so that this is not just another report that comes out of the global stocktake, but that this is an outcome that by law states need to consider, because it is based in the Paris Agreement, to which they have all consented, which is an internationally binding treaty. Now, just to give you some framing for this, or some context for where I am at the moment in Durham, which is here. You can see Durham Law School, and these are all participants to a conference that we had in June on the global stocktake, where we discussed multidisciplinary approaches to this legal mechanism. We looked into science, climate science in relation to glacier retreat, but also in relation to sea level rise, where we had colleagues from National University of Singapore, but also colleagues who are involved in COSIS. And we've just heard about this initiative to bring an advisory opinion to the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea in Hamburg, and also to the ICJ. So we heard and discussed here very similar topics. And I think that is very reassuring, that there is this increasing awareness of the role of international law in driving the agenda on climate change, but also the intersection with other sciences and with the national level, the implementation level. Now, so how can the output of the global stocktake enhance ambition? Is there a legal lever? I will give you an overview of the mandate and process of the global stocktake and explain some of the procedure rules. So by the end of this, you should have a really well understanding of what the global stocktake is, why it is one of the key mechanisms that we are looking at the moment as we are preparing for COP28 in Dubai. This process has already been underway since COP26 in Glasgow. So this is not something that will just be opened in Dubai and then closed again. It is a 2 years process already. Now, these pictures here I've taken when I was in Bonn, where we have the subsidiary bodies conferences twice a year. And they, of course, prepare through different work streams the work that is then undertaken at the major climate summits, which have various locations. But in Bonn, there is the UNFCCC campus, where much of the work is done ahead of the major meetings. And there are smaller delegations, but nonetheless, it is a very busy conference as well. And you can there see all the different negotiations on the global stocktake, on potential outcomes, what could be agreed, but also Article 6, market approaches. All the various items are being considered, and all the constituencies are also there. Research, young people, we've heard just now about the importance to protect the rights of future generations. So again, it is almost like a mini COP, but in preparation for these major summits. So how does the global stocktake interlink with these nationally determined contributions? And I think understanding this mechanism is absolutely key to even start thinking about how we could make the legal argument that the outcome of the global stocktake is relevant for the next round of emissions. Now, on mitigation, Article 4.9 of the Paris Agreement requires that when parties communicate their NDCs every 5 years, as per the text of the Paris Agreement, they take the outcomes of the stocktake into account. This will require the design of the stocktake to result in outcomes that can qualitatively inform the next submission of NDCs through aligning timeframes and through substantial outcomes. So we see this bifurcated approach. On the one hand side, we need to have some certainty around the procedure rules that tie in with the timing, because if we have an outcome of the global stocktake that then only matters in 3 years' time for the next submission of NDCs, we will have new knowledge about where we are in terms of achieving globally the targets that states have set themselves. So it is really relevant to tie this into the timeframes of NDC submissions. And the second point is really important as well. How can we have a substantial outcome that is then taken forward by states? And of course, the next question is also, how can we then ensure that states really take this into account? How can they demonstrate this as a matter of international law? So in short, the question I would like to answer in this presentation is, how can the consideration of outcomes and outputs be ensured? Is there a legal lever? So this is something that is really tied into the Paris Agreement, but it is not clear yet that this is really a legal mechanism per se. To cover the different phases of the global stocktake, I've already indicated this has started at COP26 in Glasgow. The first phase was the phase of information collection. And in line with decision 19 CMA 1, now this is a decision that parties adopted as part of the Katowice rulebook. That was the conference number 24, the 24th conference of parties in Katowice, where the Paris Agreement rulebook was adopted. And with it, there was one decision, which is decision 19. They will have a numerical order of this first CMA. CMA is the conference of the parties serving as the meeting of the parties under the agreement, CMA. And this was the first meeting, so CMA 1. And this decision lists informational sources of input and ways of procedural ways of inputting this into the global stocktake. And this, the first phase of the information collection, has then an overlapping component that started then at the next SB conference in Bonn. That was the conference that followed the Glasgow Climate Summit in November. So the next June meeting then was considering the first part of the technical assessment. So the technical assessment meant that all the information that was input into this process was assessed in the technical assessment, and this phase was again split into 3 technical dialogues. Now, the final phase, and this is the phase that we have entered now after the SB 58 conference, that is the one I showed you the picture of. So this is the one that was just concluded in Bonn, and now the phase starts where these consideration of outputs, the potential for certain outcomes and how they will be phrased, whether there will be in a COP decision or declaration, is starting to gain speed, so to speak. And by the end, so the conclusion of COP28, we'll then hopefully see a document that enshrines all the different views that have been input and that have been assessed. And as you can imagine, there is a lot that has been input into this process. Now, the consideration of outputs, this is what we can take from the decisions that parties have adopted so far, is to focus on discussing the implications of the findings of the technical assessment with a view to achieving the outcome of the global stocktake of informing parties in updating and enhancing in a nationally determined manner their actions and support in accordance with relevant provisions of the Paris Agreement, as well as in enhancing international cooperation for climate action. Now, to sum this up, what this means is under Article 14 of the Paris Agreement, the global stocktake will not assess individually how well a state is doing. It rather focuses on how well are we doing collectively. And this is, of course, fully in line with the non-penalizing character of the Paris Agreement that is aiming at building trust between parties, looking at what can be achieved as a collective and not only looking at single contributions, but how well are we doing collective? How can we increase capacities and nationally the international cooperation between parties at the same time? Now, the technical assessment phase then was led by 2 co-chairs, one of a developing state, one of a developed state. And these co-chairs then divided the work into 3 main parts, where they looked into submissions on mitigation, adaptation, and means of implementation. And you can, of course, ask, why is this so important, how this process is being developed? Because, of course, not all of these detail is laid down in the Paris Agreement. However, it is important because the CMA, so this conference that acts under the Paris Agreement, has decided to consider refining the procedural and logistical elements of the global stocktake process on the basis of experience gained from the first and subsequent global stocktakes as appropriate. So it is really crucial to get it right, or as right as possible for the first time, because this will of course also serve to some extent at least as a template. Now, what is possible if you have observer status, and even in this case, if you don't, it's a bit of a different process, but ideally, if you are a non-governmental organization with observer status, you can make a submission as a non-party stakeholder. And again, this is something that this decision 19 CMA sets forth. It's not just those who are parties to the Paris Agreement to make a submission. You can also make a submission if you have an interest at stake, if you are a stakeholder. And for example, Durham University has formally been awarded observer status under the UNFCCC process. And we have made a submission with our partners from the Center for International Law at NUS, but also with the International Climate Cryosphere Initiative, where we've tried to make the argument that we can integrate scientific findings and the law within the global stocktake. And then on that basis of the submission, we've also submitted a poster that was then selected for presentation at the SB conference in Bonn. So I went there and presented the poster and had then discussions with the two co-chairs of this technical dialogue. And just to point out what is from our perspective here the crucial point, and I think this is something that was alerted to in the earlier presentation as well, it is this necessity, the absolute necessity to understand what the scientists are saying and what the law is saying, and how can we embed the scientific research into the legal process, into the policy and lawmaking processes that these international conferences are, because these new COPs, of course, they are really relevant for the understanding and interpretation of the Paris Agreement and the UNFCCC. So it matters what we feed into these processes and what comes out of these. So what we are saying here is that new scientific research demonstrates that there are even more than anticipated risk in terms of glacier melting and influences on the permafrost of the Earth system entailed in every increment of temperature increase above 1 degree Celsius. So it's not this dichotomy between 1 and 1.5 and nothing in between. Every increment matters. And it has also been demonstrated by scientists that new science has again emerged since AR6, so since the IPCC released the last assessment report, even because the science is developing really, really fast. And then we have coupled this with the view that under the decisions that come out, at least since COP26, so COP26, the cover decision, but also the Sharm el-Sheikh implementation plan from COP27, already to some extent allow us to say that parties have understood there must be an increased focus on the science and the urgency. So we see mentioning of the cryosphere for the first time, but also science and urgency is mentioned in the cover decisions. And we can take these cover decisions as interpretative tools for the interpretation of the Paris Agreement. So on that basis, we are trying to say that parties have already a narrower focus or a better understanding through the science of focusing towards the lower end of the temperature target, or the threshold, we should say, because it's not that we all want to have this target, it's the target that we don't want to be exceeded. So it's the threshold is 1.5 rather than this well below 2 degrees Celsius, because it is so well understood that every increment matters. So this was our input in terms of a submission. So just to tell you again where we are in terms of the timeline. So we have started with the Paris Agreement. Article 14 established that this global stocktake needs to happen every 5 years. And decision 19 CMA1 laid out its modalities and the sources of input. Now, the first technical dialogue of the global stocktake started, or the global stocktake in its information collection phase started at CMA 3 in 2021, and that was the COP26 climate summit, and it will conclude at CMA 5, which is the 5th time parties meet as a conference under the Paris Agreement, that is the Dubai conference. Now, following the first round of inputs and submissions for the Global Stocktake 1, the technical assessment began at SB 56 in June 2022. That was the one that followed the Glasgow summit, and it will end at SB 58. That was the one we just had, June 2023. Now, as part of the technical assessment component of these first global stocktake, 3 meetings of the technical dialogue were held, and they were always aligned with the subsidiary bodies conferences. And these are again all in with the numerical order 56, 57, and then the final one was 58. So this was the preparation for the global stocktake poster presentation. Just to give you some insights here, this is how it looked very early in the morning. The main facilities were still relatively empty, and we were setting up the posters. And this is the main entrance area, or the main hall, meeting hall for the SB conference. Now, the methods that were applied throughout the global stocktake were party-driven, but conducted in a transparent manner and with the participation of non-party stakeholders. So the aim was to work on identifying opportunities for learning by doing, including for assessing collective progress, and to take the necessary steps for the consideration of inputs as they become available. Now, when you read that, and also when you read what is here laid out in Decision 19 CMA1, it is easy to think that this is not as legal as it should be. Because if you read Article 14 of the Paris Agreement, it certainly gives you at a glance the impression that this is a legal mechanism, and therefore the outcomes as a matter of law will need to be considered in the next round of the NDCs. And this is also something that you can to some extent see reflected in the word decides, because if the parties conference decides something, then this has a higher legal value than if it's just urges parties or emphasizes or welcomes something. So it decides that the outputs should summarize the opportunities. But again, it could be that this is then only a list of best practices, only lessons learned. How can we ensure that this is really taken forward? So at the moment, there is a draft outline for the potential outcome for the global stocktake already available. But this is not necessarily the final word. There can be changes still at this point in time. So the outputs of this component are again to be divided into 3 different points: identifying opportunities, summarizing key political messages, and this may most likely be referenced in a decision for consideration and or a declaration. So there could be a declaration in addition to a decision. It could also be that the outcome of the global stocktake is the cover decision of the entire conference. We don't know yet. Now, when we then go to the summary report and reflections of the co-chairs after the technical dialogue, and this is of course strongly indicative of what will be part of the substantial outcome of the global stocktake, we can see that there is an ambition gap and that there is an implementation gap. So they have already outlined, and this is making reference again to the IPCC, but it comes from the summary report of the global stocktakes co-chairs. And they are highlighting that the difference between projected global emissions with national determined contributions in 2030 and emissions in 2030 from mitigation pathways consistent with limiting warming to 1.5 or well below 2 degrees above pre-industrial levels is still there. So we are not there yet. We don't see anything that is close enough to 1.5. In fact, taken all together, IPCC 6 synthesis report tells us we're looking at around about 3.2 degrees Celsius towards the end of this century. But then, in addition to that, we also have an implementation gap, which means that even though we have targets that point towards 3.2 degrees Celsius, there is not even the guarantee that all of the policies that are in place and are designed to follow through with these national targets of states will indeed be implemented. So what the summary reflections here explain to us is at this point that COP28 is anticipated to deepen discussions how to bridge these gaps, and that there is the overall desire of parties and non-party stakeholders to move from the conceptual to the more concrete level and really the implementation phase of the Paris Agreement. But again, that is something we have heard before COP27 as well. So emissions are not in line with modeled global mitigation pathways. There are 5 modeled pathways under the IPCC scenarios. We are not in line with any of these lower emission pathways that would ensure that we are not overshooting for too long, 1.5 degrees Celsius, because there is also the consensus that in 2040, we will, under all emission scenarios, even the lowest one, have already reached 1.5 degrees Celsius, with the question then being, will that be maintained, or can we even go down from there, or will temperatures rise further? So much more ambition is needed in domestic mitigation measures. Now, this is all from the summary output, where you can read up on mitigation, adaptation, and means of implementation, all the different gaps that exist and all the different points where clearly more needs to be done. Now, a point to make this a legal mechanism is the first here. Parties are not only obliged to submit their NDCs, they also have to provide certain information. Again, this stems from the Paris Agreement rulebook. They have to provide information on clarity, transparency, and understanding, ICTU. So this means they need to demonstrate how the NDC has been informed by the outcomes of the global stocktake. So not just saying it has, but how. And they need to demonstrate how an NDC is fair and ambitious and how it contributes to the global objectives. So we have this as the only really legal link at this moment, this information that needs to be provided by parties when they submit their next round of NDCs. This doesn't say yet whether this is a legal instrument, so whether the consideration of outputs is something that is required by law. Now, what we see, just when we step back to some extent here in these COP decisions, that the science is driving the convergence of national law to some extent, because parties do acknowledge the necessity of having a 1.5 or at least below 2 degrees Celsius climate target, often enshrined in law, often coupled with the calculation of a national carbon budget, which is somehow influenced by the global carbon budget. And it's then down to the party sometimes how will they distribute the remaining carbon budget in their national spheres. And very often this is then done based on a per capita distribution. Now, in terms of the nationally determined contribution itself, the thinking here, and this is something I'm working on in an article, is can we not say that these nationally determined contributions are themselves a source of international law? And I think we can, because sources of law under international law can have a variety of nature, and one of them is unilateral acts. So states act unilateral every day. Sometimes this has legal implications, and sometimes it has not. So if we say the NDC as such has matters from a legal standpoint, it is even a source of law, it is even binding on the state submitting it, then this will have implications for the outcome of the global stocktake. If this global stocktake lets everyone know that this is not good enough, your NDCs are not good enough to achieve what they are promising. Now, just to explain you how this argument runs. First of all, under international law, there is no limitation to act unilaterally unless it is against international law. There is no certain form or substance required. There's an infinite variety of possibilities to act through unilateral acts. The intention to be bound is, however, essential. So if you're not intending to be bound by what you are doing, then nobody else can hold you to account in that regard. So you as a state need to act with the awareness that you are creating a legal expectation, that you are making a promise that is legally relevant. And this, of course, has also got to do.
Have only like 5 minutes left.
Yes, I know. I'd be fine. I timed myself, so I think I've started 7 past.
Okay, you just
so
go
I've
on.
got
Yeah.
2 or 3 more minutes.
Okay, thank you.
2 or 3 more minutes. No, I'm fine. I'm coming to the end here. So it almost builds up. So good faith is really relevant here as well, because you can't act and then raising certain expectations and then turn around as the state and say, well, I didn't mean it. I didn't mean this was a legal obligation that should arise. So, and this is already acknowledged in international law. So the Permanent Court of International Justice already recognized in the mysterious Elan Declaration that it was legally relevant when, on behalf of the Norwegian government, the Minister for Foreign Affairs said to the Danish minister that the Norwegian government would not make any difficulty in the settlement of this question. And that was in relation to the obstruction of Danish plans in regard to Greenland. So they would not make any territorial claims to Greenland. So this verbal acknowledgement of not making any difficulty was implying a legal obligation on behalf of the Norwegian government. So they were bound by this. Another example is the nuclear test case, where the ICJ held that a state is thenceforth legally required to follow a course of conduct consistent with the declaration. And in this case, it was that France had promised not to perform any further atmospheric nuclear testing in the Pacific Ocean. So again, France was bound by this unilateral act, and in breaching this, or in potentially breaching this, this would then give rise to the law on state responsibility, like it would be if it had been a bilateral agreement, because France clearly was making this promise in the awareness of giving rise to certain expectations on behalf of other states, and it did so with the intention to be legally bound. So I make it a little bit shorter. Now, this is nothing that is as new. We see in other multilateral environmental agreements that states have to make a certain unilateral declaration in order to become even a party to this treatment. This is so under the Ramsar Convention on the Protection of Wetlands, where each party must at least propose one wetland for the list of protected wetlands. But also under the International Convention on the Regulation of Whaling, states must declare open seasons of a limited time during which the catching of some types of whales is permitted. So these are unilateral declarations under treaty that states are prescribed to do. So a prescribed unilateral act. So here comes now the argument, or the height of the argument. The NDCs are unilateral acts that are integral parts of the Paris Agreement. Without this, it could not work. It could not achieve its objectives. Only with these prescribed unilateral acts can the objective of the treaty be fulfilled, similar to the Ramsar Convention. The qualification of these prescribed unilateral acts is added through the global stocktake. So the evaluation of all efforts in their cumulative effect prescribes and qualifies the NDCs. Good faith under the Paris Agreement, as I mentioned before, is elevated to Geltungsgrund to the treaty context. So parties are also participating because they have good faith in others' participation. And there's also an additional duty of due diligence. These are the informations, the ICTU, that you need to provide with your NDCs, derived from the modes of implementation of the COP decisions as well. So the crucial part here is for saying that NDCs are qualified prescribed unilateral act is that the global stocktake adds a layer of qualification, and that limits the leeway of any state to say what they're already doing is good enough, because these NDCs may never have been good enough to achieve the overall outcome. Thank you very much.
NDC itself. So now we are going to question and answers. So I will divide it in the one term first. In the one term or in one part, we have divided a 3 questions. So if there may be anybody in here to just want to address a question, to make a point to clarify, or maybe to make about the open debate, please, you can raise the hand, mention your name, and address the question to whom, like presenters. Okay, we have a 2, a 3, oh 4. 3 first, yeah? So begin from the gentleman on my right side, please. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the chances, Mr. Pulung, and thank you for both Professor Konstantinos and Dr. Petra Minorov for the presentation. But I would like to specify my question to Professor Konstantinos about the ocean acidification. Professor, if we try to interpret UNCLOS as prohibiting ocean acidification by the term of introduction of deleterious effects. I might agree with that, but I want to clarify furthermore, because if we try to look furthermore into UNCLOS and dig deep down, the provisions are in sets of obligations or a prohibition for one state to conduct an activity that will pollute the ocean. Let's say the prohibitions to pollution from seabed activity or pollution that coming from the land. However, ocean acidification is not happened by something like that. It was the effect of multiple states ignoring the effect of climate change for a long set of time. So if we try to interpret it like the terms in UNCLOS did, is it too far overreaching to say that we could put a liability or attribute a responsibility to one state regarding the ocean acidification? Because we know if a state breach their obligations to not pollute the ocean, we could, let's say, sue them to the International Law of the Sea Tribunal or another international court of jurisdiction. That would be my question, Professor. Thank you very much.
Okay. Second question, please. Mr. Afif.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Pulung. Good afternoon, Konstantinos Yolarides and also Prof. Petra Minorov. I think it's a very nice opportunity and also nice material that we can get from both of you. My question is specifically for Konstantinos Yolarides. You say that actually ocean acidification is a very complex problem, whether it's from regulation perspective in one way and also from institutional aspect. So both of those are the problems. And then you come to the solutions that actually there must be combinations between law, science, and also technology. My question is, you say that the problem is in terms of institution and regulations, but you come to the different solutions. So actually, what are the offers or recommendations that you can give in order to tackle or to solve both of those problems? Maybe integrated policy or another things maybe that you can address to us in order this problem can be solved. I think those my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last? And the third? Maybe ladies, or maybe the gentleman. Ladies first, maybe.
Okay. First of all, thank you very much, Mr. Pulung, for the opportunity. And my questions is regarding the ocean acidification. So I would like to ask this to Dr. Konstantinos. As you mentioned earlier, that there is no specific regulations in addressing the ocean acidifications. However, we can use the pollution provisions under the UNCLOS itself, as well as the precautionary principle under the international law as a legal basis in addressing the ocean acidifications. My question is, in your personal opinion, between these rules, which one is more suitable and is more convincing in addressing the ocean acidifications? And could you please elaborate more about these advantages as well as the advantages between these rules? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. We have a 3 question for Dr. Konstantinos, but I have 1 question from me to Dr. Prof. Petra. So, Prof. Petra, you still join with us? Hello, Prof. Petra? Yeah, I have a question for you. Yeah, so maybe I will give you the chance to answer my question since I am moderator in here. So I have a prerogative to address the question. Well, Prof. Petra, actually, when you mentioned about in presentation, I saw about they have a 3 page about the GST and about the output, it will be have regulated further in the COP 28, right? So regarding about this output, I just wondering, does the output it will be suitable with developing country? Since mostly the scenario or the construction of the output, they have constructed by developed country. So that's my question. Is also, I also was just wondering, is also suitable with the Southeast Asian country, just like my country or something like that? And my second question to you, Doctor, regarding about the working methods. When you mentioned about the facilitative, I saw, I have just like what up call with this word. So the meaning when you have addressed with facilitative, so one of the things that come out in my mind, what about with the participatory if no members? Because if that maybe they have no member of the agreement or the member of the parties, so how that we can make the grid format or maybe the scenario toward about the facilitative itself, or maybe you can like explain about more further informative regarding about the facilitative itself. Because actually I would like to enlighten in this point. So now I'm giving the floor for Prof. Trafros to just answer my 1-2 questions, and after that I jump to Professor Yolardes. Okay, time is yours, Professor.
Okay, thank you very much. It's an excellent question, Pulung. So just to answer the first, so you asked whether we can be sure that the outcome of the global stocktake will consider the viewpoints of developing countries sufficiently. I mean, this is a general issue, of course, as you can see in the development of the whole process under the UNFCCC. How can we make sure that this is inclusive, is transparent, that all views are being heard? And I think there are some rules in place for the global stocktake in particular to ensure that the views of the developing countries will be heard. And there was, of course, the possibility for all states to make submissions, for states also to maybe partner with other contributors to make a submission. So if a state, for example, says we would like to make this point heard, but we don't have the capacity to ensure that this will happen, you can also partner with research centers, for example, to then make sure that this does happen. I mean, this is a persisting problem. There are probably others who also would support the view that this is not sufficiently heard, that also the views of stakeholders such as academia is not sufficiently heard. This is why I think it is so important to talk about it, because this should be driven by everyone, and everyone has to have a voice in this. But I mean, what I can also give you as a reassurance perhaps is that in the negotiations where I was present in Bonn, it was very much about discussing to which extent will the pre-2020 ambition and the realization of the Cancun pledges, so past pledges, also be relevant for the outcome of the global stocktake. So in other words, is it only forward-looking, or are we also assessing whose fault is it? So who has really contributed the most to it? And this is, of course, something where almost an impasse could happen, where states can again not move forward if it's about, are we going to assess who has contributed the most, or are we going to assess how can we make sure that going forward we will see a different picture? So my advice would be to make submissions wherever possible through this process, to make this input, and to also state that there needs to be an adjustment of the procedure to make sure that these voices are being heard.
Okay. I also have like another question, Professor, regarding about the gap that projected between about the emissions, about the global emission, and also in the version of the IPCC. So actually that they just located between about the around a range between about 1.5 degrees until about the 2 degrees in the 2030. So my question, like, how that you can optimize with that? Is that will we have like a good program for our country, especially from the country that the country who just like make about this emission to hires will be high, or the country that maybe just from the laboratory, from the industry, because actually that my country, especially Indonesia, there's so many like invested from the other country that make also emission as well in my country. So it quite be like tricky and also hypocrite itself if you're looking for the second perspective of that. So maybe I need about your response regarding about that, because you are a very expert on this one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is, of course, true that emissions are counted in the territory of any country. And we know that this is a problem, because some parties will say, we have reduced our emissions, look at us, we are doing so well, we are climate leaders, but in fact they have outsourced their emissions to other countries. Now there are now, as you will have seen, some mechanisms in place that try to address it, but of course they themselves are then disputed. For example, the CBAM, the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism of the EU, which will try to implement a mechanism that then leverages a certain extra tax for those who have produced at a lower cost in the country but emitted there and also polluted the environment there. But again, that will make it more difficult for some developing country to tap into the major market of the European Union, because they will have to do to import into this market at an extra cost. So again, this is also not without tensions. So overall, when you say what should happen for countries, I think countries that are perceiving themselves as climate leaders need to have a lower target than just below 2 degrees Celsius. They should really model their national targets along the 1.5 degree target. Also because we know that in the long run, even 1.5 will be too high for the glaciers. And because of the fragility of the ice sheets, we are already committed to high levels of sea level rise. Even if we were going to stop emitting today, we would still see sea level rise over years and years to come. And this is not, we cannot reverse all of these consequences.
Answers or response. So don't go anywhere, because after this one, we're going to open the second session of question and answer. Now I'm moving for Dr. Konstantinos to respond about all the questions that addressed to you. Yes. Yes, please, doctor.
Thank you very much. I have 3 excellent questions, and since they're connected, I will try to address them together, but if you have any follow-up, please do ask. Now, what causes ocean acidification? Let's begin with that. It's the increasing amount of CO2 that is introduced into the oceans. So you want to fix ocean acidification, reduce CO2 emissions, that's it. And then you meet all the other targets that Professor Petra has also described. So one stone, how they say it, 2 birds with 1 stone. What causes CO2 emissions is the burning of fossil fuels on land, say a cement factory, a coal burning power station. It's also atmospheric sources of pollution such as vessels, But the main driver of ocean acidification is land-based sources of CO2. So you want to resolve that, reduce CO2 emissions. Now what I'm saying is that UNCLOS applies to those sources, those land-based sources. It provides a legally binding obligation to protect the environment from land-based sources of pollution. So states have already accepted that they are under an obligation to preserve the marine environment, prevent any serious harm to the marine environment, including the harm caused by ocean acidification. Now the consequences, you asked me about the consequences of failing to meet with those legally binding obligations are prescribed, of course, by international law, and an internationally unlawful act which must be ceased, and for which reparations and other legal remedies may be sought by those affected. The problem is that not everyone is the same responsible as others. The issue of liability for climate change damage is a very complicated issue. I'm not going to address it in this brief remark, but I'm happy if you get in touch with me, I will be happy to recommend any additional readings on this. Now, the other question was regarding law, science, and technology. Absolutely. Much of the law that regulates these issues, as I mentioned earlier, the binding law, including UNCLOS, was negotiated in the 70s, was adopted in the 80s. But those issues are modern issues. So what we need in order to give the law resilience to adjust to change is to understand the science behind it and how technology can help us better regulate these issues. So that was my basic argument there. So again, keep CO2 emissions to a level that the ecosystem can tolerate. This is an answer that can only be provided by science and technology. Protect the oceans, protect the marine environment, which is a legal obligation. And with regards to the solutions, I have another question regarding where is the possible solution. I think the solution lies in a combination of approaches. There is no silver bullet. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here discussing about it. If it was an easy solution, somebody would have found it by now. UNCLOS, and I will conclude with this, Pulung, just to give you an example. UNCLOS has specific provisions on atmospheric sources of pollution. So it regulates pollution from ships. And there are some standards for vessels that address pollution from vessels and energy efficiency. However, these standards have limited contribution to addressing ocean acidification, which, as I mentioned, is driven primarily by land-based activities. Now, we can use some of those obligations and standards and use other instruments, such as the climate change regime, to give some teeth to the obligations under UNCLOS. But again, some scholars argue that UNCLOS was not drafted with climate change in mind. So how can you use another regime that was introduced several years later to introduce the earlier treaty? Again, a hotly debated issue of international law, using subsequent treaties to interpret an older treaty. Thank you very much.
Well, is there any response or following up question for the three questions? For Mr. Gentleman over there, do you have any follow-up questions? Clear? Okay, totally clear. And Dr. Afif, also same. And no, okay. So now I'm going to just open the second term regarding about maybe two participants to address the question. For everybody who wants to address the questions or to clarify, please just raise the hand. Gentleman in the middle, and the one actually gentleman in the white. So now we are going to gentleman in the middle first, or maybe, yeah. Yes, please, if you have some the questions.
So, thank you for the opportunity. So, my name is Fahri from Universitas Prasetya Mulia, Jakarta. My question is for Konstantinos. Based on the thing that we've seen for at least last year, 2022, when the commissions of small states request for advisory opinions, especially in ICLOS, based on the, how to say it, based on the wave of, different perspective on how to see it, what would you think about the outcome from ICLOS? Because I think they call for a request if the state parties want to, join the hearing. I think they should mention it in August. They should participate, and they should tell ICLOS in August. So I think there will be a hearing for that as well. And the second question is that I actually skimmed, I have known that Indonesia have submitted their response to the questions, and in the conclusions, Indonesian government says that UNCLOS does not actually have any obligations for the states to protect against climate change, and also that is why also states do not have the obligation to preserve environment towards also ocean acidifications. And thus Indonesian government also says that if ICLOS would like to give advisory opinion, so it must not be legally binding obligations. So I just want to know what's your perspective on that, and I think it will be also beneficial if you share some thought on that for us, for students and also international law lawyers in Indonesia, because it's like our government thought on this. So thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. Now, the second question, please.
Okay, thank you to Pak Pulung, our moderator, and thank you to the speakers for the great presentation. And my question is to Professor Minerop. My question concerns one part of your presentation that mentions states have discretion on being party to an agreement in order to solve the climate issues. And my question is, while having this discretion, do states still have the obligation to fix the damages that they have caused? Because in reality, that there are states that are responsible while being the bigger pollutants compared to other countries. So do they have a more obligation that they cannot let go based on discretion and that they must be responsible for? Thank you.
Thank you. They have a good question. So now I'm giving the time first to Dr. Konstantinos, and then followed by the Prof. Minerop.
Thank you very much. Now, the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea was established under the UN Law of the Sea Convention, and its function is to interpret and apply or ensure the proper application of the convention. So it's the only international law court that has this special ability, if I can put it this way, to interpret this convention. Now, we're facing this novel challenge, which obviously was not on the top of the convention's drafters' mind when they were negotiating, but it's very much an issue that affects many countries of the world, particularly the small island Pacific nations and the other countries that comprise the Vanuatu Initiative, the ICJ, and the Commission for Small Island States on Climate Change and International Law. It's the Commission that requested the advisory opinion. So when we have an issue like this that requires an interpretation, a legally authoritative interpretation of this treaty, then ICLOS is well positioned to do that. Now, within these advisory proceedings, and I should say that an advisory opinion is not legally binding, at any rate, whether that of ICLOS or the ICJ, yet because it comes from ICLOS, which is this specialized tribunal, its function is exactly to do that, even its advisory opinion has heavy legal weight. It has to be considered, even though it's not legally binding. Now, this commission asked ICLOS to give an authoritative opinion on how the law of the sea regime relates to climate change, including issues of ocean acidification. And so far, I believe 30 or so states have already submitted their responses. Those states will also have the opportunity to present their views orally before the tribunal later this year. Now, I haven't seen the Indonesian position on those issues, but I've seen other countries' positions on those issues, and I've seen that many of those countries are inviting ICLOS to adopt an evolutionary approach to the interpretation of the law of the sea regime, because after all, when we talk about UNCLOS, we're not talking about a treaty that is set on stone. It was never meant to be set on stone, to be a treaty that is a treaty of the 80s. It's a treaty that some scholars have called it a living treaty, a living law that can withstand the winds and waves of history. It can address modern challenges. Ocean acidification is one of those challenges. So now it lies with ICLOS to tell us how UNCLOS applies to ocean acidification, to what extent, what are the specific obligations of states in relation to ocean acidification, and what are the consequences of failing to meet those obligations. Whether ICLOS will do that remains to be seen. But as a law of the sea scholar, I'm hopeful for the benefit of everyone in this room and for everyone concerned with these issues that ICLOS will give a clear opinion on those issues. And even though not legally binding, it will guide future policy making on those issues.
Wow, thank you, Dr. Konstantinos, for a response. Is there any response or follow-up? No? It's very clear, right? So before I giving the floor to Prof. Petra, actually I also have one little question to Prof. Petra as well. I'm so sorry, Prof. Because when you mentioned about have like in your presentation, you just like entitled MEA and linking with some like the unilateral international law, and you're linking with Ramsar Convention. Since the Ramsar Convention for the wetlands and migratory species, I just curious and wondering what's the relation that you just mentioned about Ramsar in the presentation. That's my curiosity. Thank you very much. So I'm giving about the time, Prof. Petra, to answer the question. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for these two excellent questions. And actually, it's a great opportunity to maybe clarify what I was trying to say. So I did not say that states have discretion in terms of entering into a climate change agreement, into the Paris Agreement or so. However, it is of course true that there is no legal obligation to be bound. So it is a matter of a sovereign decision of the state to enter into a certain international treaty regime and also to withdraw in line with certain criteria. And in terms of the withdrawal process, this will be set out by the relevant treaty, as we know when it happened for the US, when President Trump announced to withdraw from the Paris Agreement, and then also in line with the Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties. So this is, of course, one question, but I wasn't concerned with that because even though this is a very interesting point, we just take it as a given that states have committed themselves. There are only a handful of states that are not bound by the Paris Agreement. But what we see under the Paris Agreement and where states have discretion is that there's the one legal obligation that defines their mitigation ambition, and this is surrounding the NDC commitment. So states shall submit an NDC, so that is a legal obligation. They cannot choose not to do that. But how good it is, how much clarity it provides, how much certainty around a quantified emission target that covers the whole of the economy, that is not prescribed by the Paris Agreement. This will happen in a nationally determined manner. And this is a great difference that we see from the Kyoto Protocol, where we had a smaller amount of global emissions covered, but of course set targets, centrally set within the Kyoto Protocol and then later on the Doha Amendment. But that was also one of the major issues of the Doha Amendment and why it entered into force so late for the second commitment period, because states did not want to have these dictated targets. So therefore, my question was, if we have a state that submits an NDC and the only other procedure obligation is to provide some information on clarity and also on how have you taken forward the outcomes of the global stocktake, how can we make a legal argument out of this with these pieces that we have, so to speak. So there was a wider discussion, as you may recall, when the Paris Agreement was first agreed. saying that in Article 4.2, there is no legal obligation to achieve the outcomes of the NDC. The NDC is only there to prescribe that the state will do their best effort, perhaps, to mitigate climate change. So I'm using a different approach. I say that this is a unilateral act of a state by submitting an NDC under a treaty, following a legal obligation, because states have to submit this NDC. There's no question about that. That is widely accepted. So by submitting this NDC, states are making a unilateral act, and this is the source of a new obligation under international law. It will depend on whether or not the state has said in the NDC or given the indication that the state will be legally bound. That is not for all states the same. So for example, the EU and many European states, many other states make clear that they see this as a legal target that they will achieve. So in that sense, they have also given us a clarity about the intention to be bound. This then constitutes a legal obligation under international law. So this is the first point. So the second then is, this is prescribed under international law. You have to submit the NDC. And then how can we use this as a basis to argue that if there is a mechanism that relates or that comes to the finding that all the NDCs together are not good enough, how can we then say that states have to resubmit NDCs that are better, that there is no backsliding, that there is progression? There are these normative expectations, of course, but how can we have a more targeted legal argument? So the legal argument here that I was trying to make is that if the state says, this is my target and this NDC will achieve this target, which is doing my fair share to arrive at the long-term goal of the Paris Agreement, and then we find out this is not going to happen on the basis of this NDC, then this NDC was never suitable for achieving a target. And this creates a legal expectation, I think, to submit a much better NDC that then arrives at the target, because otherwise these processes don't make sense. If we don't tie in the global stocktake outcome into the NDC in terms of defining what the new target should be and how we can do better to achieve the target globally, then quite frankly, this will just be another report, even though it is a treaty-based mechanism. So I think there's space for the legal argument to say NDCs can be legally binding. If they are legally binding and they are not good enough, then there needs to be a qualified prescribed unilateral act, qualified by the outcome of the global stocktake. So what is the relevance of the Ramsar Convention or even the Convention on Whaling? It is to say that there are other multilateral environmental agreements that not only tie in the science, but that also prescribe unilateral acts to make the treaty work as a composition of rules, so to speak, as a social construct. It can only work if all states do what they are required to do. If states are not designing or submitting certain wetlands as being protected within the list, then the Ramsar Convention cannot work. If these schedules are not designed in line with the interests of preserving whales under the Convention on Whaling, then again, this convention cannot work. And this is to make the argument that there are other treaties that see this instrument already, the prescribed unilateral act, which is a new category. I'm using this to explain a reality under the Paris Agreement, where we see that the NDCs are integral parts and elements of the Paris Agreement. But they are not only prescribed, they are also qualified, because this is unique to the Paris Agreement, that it enshrines a mechanism by which we assess and evaluate how well we are doing. This would be similar if we had under the Ramsar Convention a mechanism where we were looking into how effective is this? Are we really doing the best for the wetlands? Yeah, so this would be similar, or we would assess the under the Whaling Convention the schedules, and to some extent this is already done. So you could even make the argument that there's also a qualifying element in there, but certainly under the Paris Agreement it is. But it is a different question to come back to the initial point of saying, is there discretion of a state to enter into one of these agreements or not. And there's a strong moral argument, I fully agree with the question actually, to say that states have to enter into these agreements and have to be part of the collective action and solve it as a collective action problem. But of course, state sovereignty sometimes does come in the way. Thank you.
Well, very well, ladies and gentlemen. Before we end this plenary session, I would like to ask about our two leading speaker to giving about closing statement, maybe more or less like 2 or 3 minutes. And now begin with Prof. Petra first, and then continue with Dr. Konstantinos. Prof. Petra, closing statement.
Can you just, so what do you want me to say?
Closing statements, Prof. I'm audible? Yeah. 2 or 3 minutes, yeah, as usual.
Okay, thank you so much. I think one of the big takeaways really is that 2 points matter, and this is collaboration across different time zones, centers, and universities, which I think is absolutely essential. We need to have real knowledge transfer, sharing of ideas, but then also this integration of science into legal frameworks. And interdisciplinary is a steep task. It's not easy to understand the languages that we speak in our different subject areas, and to integrate these is absolutely important. And I think these points are resonating very well from your program, actually, and also from the previous speaker, and the questions in the room, which I think were evidence of an excellent understanding and very high-level discussion here, which I thoroughly enjoyed. So my final sentence will be to thank you, Pulung. I really think you have done a masterly job here to bringing everyone together and to expertly guiding this session. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. I hope that this collaboration, it will be sustained, not only for today, but maybe in the long-term impact. Yeah, we also waiting you, just like giving our class in our university as well. We're waiting for you. So now we are going to Dr. Konstantinos to giving about or addressing about the closing statement.
Thank you very much. Much of what I had to say for my closing statement, I covered in my previous answers, but just by way of concluding this, ocean acidification is a scientific problem, but it has severe legal consequences. There are various regimes under international law that to some extent address ocean acidification, but those regimes require interlinkages with each other. Within this context, it's very important to connect law and technology and science to address this issue, to better understand this issue. International courts and tribunals can play a role in interpreting the law in the modern context and under changing world conditions. And with this, I would also like to thank you, Pulung, first of all, for chairing this session so brilliantly, for organizing the conference together with other colleagues in the Faculty of Law, the organizing committee, the University of Diponegoro. This setting is absolutely impressive. And I hope to join you again soon in the future.
Oh.
And of course, everyone is welcome to visit me in Sydney, Australia.
Okay.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Okay. We are really appreciate, with Dr. Konstantinos, such very lovely words. Well, finally, we come to the end of our second plenary session at the first day of the ICOLEG 2023. I would like to say thank you and accept my gratitude to our very, very notable speaker, Professor Petra Minerov. We're waiting about the progress of the COP28, Prof. And also, of course, with Dr. Konstantinos as well. So I hope that thank you for your insightful speeches and also about the comprehensive presentations. And to attend this, thank you for your active participation. Thank you for your attentions, and I'm giving back the time to the host. Thank you. Terima kasih. Matur nuwun. Thank you, Prof. Petra. See you again. Yeah.
Thank you very much to Mr. Pulung Widi Harihananto, SHMH LLM, for conducting the discussion today. And now I would like to invite the Vice Dean of Academic Affairs, Dr. Trilaksmi Indraswari, SHMH, as well as Dr. Afif, to give the certificate to our speakers. And for our speaker, if we can approach the front for the certificate. Thank you very much to our speaker and our moderator. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached the very end of today's session. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us today on the first day of the 3rd International Conference on Law, Economic, and Governance 2023. We hope everyone had a great time and gained some new insights from our speakers. And we hope to see you all again at the gala dinner, which will be held at 7:30 this evening. For tomorrow, we hope to see you all again for the second scientific session at 8 a.m. Thank you and have a great evening. I would also like to inform all participants that the materials that had been given by the speakers today may be accessed from the link that is shown in the screen. Kepada seluruh partisipan, bagi yang ingin materi yang telah disampaikan hari ini bisa diunduh dari link yang sedang dipaparkan. Terima kasih.